Well, look at poor little Fennec. Poor little guy. He's just a little guy who's supposed to do some work, but here he is stuck watching this bullshit. Hi, Fennec. Hi, Tio. Yeah, I guess we're doing our pound of flesh. How about we start this stream with a little bit of self-care, Which might be incumbent upon me, considering I was sort of ad hoc asked yesterday by my upcoming internship boss to run a relay race with a company in like 2 weeks.
Congratulations! Congratulations! Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Congratulations! Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Congratulations!
I fucking love that alert. It is a cursed alert. It seemed to work this time, but holy shit, I love it. Thank you, Theo. Ooh. So yeah, I haven't really ran for over a decade, I think. I don't even have running shoes. And just out of the blue, the guy just, hey, you want to be on the team? I don't think he knows what he's signing up for there, really. I don't think I know what I'm signing up for, really, to be absolutely fair and honest. Ow. Speaking of which, just owing, doing old man noises while stretching. Oof. So how's everyone? How's everyone doing? Let's see if we can do the intro while we're doing this. Welcome, one and all, to this here little corner of the universe, the internet, and all things Twitch, where we try to apply literary criticism to the games that we play. This is in fact not an 80s style fitness show where I'm gonna put on spandex and just jump around to music all day. No, we do literature science to the games that we play here. Well, that's the idea anyway. Where we do close reading, structuralist analysis, deconstruction, and such joys as you may know from common television programs near you, anthropological studies and mythological analysis, whatever, we're really whatever we can get our hands on with whatever we're playing. Oh, God. We do this work not just because it's fun, not just because it elevates the media, but for my own solipsistic wants and needs. You see, narratology and storytelling are not just passing fads of mine. They are near and dear to my heart because I am an author. I'm a writer. I've been a novelist for the past 10 years. I've written 9 books in my time. And I started streaming to try to promote that work. Most recently, you could read me in the Patchwork Sovereignty. Oh, this is getting harder. There we go. Balance. You motherfucker, balance. The Patchwork Sovereignty. A post-apocalyptic noir thriller with Nordic folklore creatures. Think of it as a low fantasy folklore version of LA Confidential or Chinatown, where the world has burned, humanity's civilization has crumbled, and the creatures and vessels of Nordic folklore have sort of climbed out of the woodwork and have taken charge. It's really cool. You should check it out. It's available pretty much everywhere you get your ebooks or print-on-demand copies. But if you need any handy-dandy helpy, if you need a handy to find it, yeah, this stream is starting off real well. I'm sorry, Fennec, that you're trying to do some work today. This is starting off real well. If you need a handy linky to find it, there's one down below. You can find help to get it. If that's not quite your jam, or you want to read something more of mine, why don't you check out my first novel? Well, the first novel published, that is. The Last Box, a cyberpunk thriller about the spontaneous eruption of sapiens in a random slug of gaming code, and the people who are unfortunate enough to have to try to reconcile with that fact. I also think it's a rather good book, does a few things different than most other AI media. And if I'd have to compare it to anything, I'd probably put it on some sort of a wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey sliding curve between William Gibson's novel Neuromancer and Spike Jonze's Her. It is also available pretty much everywhere you get your ebooks or print-on-demand copies. But if you want help, some handy help to find it, there is also a link available down below where you can get it. Now we just have one more thing to do here. Oh, straight legs, bend over, step on your hands, arch your back, and pull your shoulders apart. Oh my god, I needed this. Jeebus creebus. Oh, man, my shoulders are still absolutely gnarly after this weekend. God. Oh, my poor little body. Oh, God, thank you, Tio. That feels real good. Oh, I'm tired. Can we just close it up here? Hi, Snack. Oh, let's see. Let me catch up real quick. Oh, that redeem isn't broken today. Good to know. Well, Fennec, it comes and goes from time to time. Just because it worked once today does not mean that it will work again. But, you know, here's the hoping. Speaking of Nordic folklore, are we still on for Bramble with the guest expert on Sunday? As far as I know, yes, we are. When you bring that up, Fennec, might as well say that right off the get-go. This coming Sunday at 1700 hours Central European Time. Of course, I'm being joined by my good buddy, the cosmology scholar, Fennec Twitch, in chat. But not only that, not only is he joining me, not only are we hopefully finishing Bramble, but we might also get a little visit from a friend of Fennec's. You see, our good buddy, the cosmology scholar, a burgeoning doctor of religious studies, well, in the wheelhouse of religious studies, but more so about intertextuality and mythological storytelling in games, will be bringing an associated professor out of Norway along for the Nordic ride in Bramble. So far, that's still on the docket. I haven't heard anything else, so that's going to be real fun. We're going to have a special guest on Sunday, and I hope you're going to show up for it. I don't really know how the logistics of it's going to work, but, you know, here's the hoping. Oh, so you're really taking self-care to the next level with these free handies. Suppose I am, yeah. Oh, let's see your snack. See, the yoga poses went and poured a drink. Alas, it was a yoga stream all along. Man, I bet there's alcoholic yoga, right? There's goat yoga. There's like sex yoga. Of course there's alcohol yoga. Of course there's like whiskey yoga, right? There's gotta be. There's gotta be. It's gotta be. Actually sounds pretty fun. If there is, I will start yoga. Actually, you know, there are plenty kinds of yogas, and now we're not just talking about adding stuff like hot people, or goats. Those are the three. Apparently, those are the three kinds of yoga. You know, we have all three kinds of yoga. The one with hot people, the one with hot people, and the one with goats. But there's a whole panoply of different kinds. And I knew a guy once that ran his own vinyasa yoga, I think it's called. Actually, very good exercise. I'd really like to continue doing that if I ever had the opportunity, because it was real good for joints. And I'm also building musculature. It was a lot more dynamic than yoga usually is, and I really, really liked it. I know hot yoga exists. I'm sure hot mess yoga also exists. I think its legal distinction is tantric yoga, because that is certainly a thing. And I will not Google it, but I will absolutely not tell you not to Google it. I'm not your mother. I'm not your digital housekeeper. I don't give a shit about what your search engine knows and does not know about you. That's tantric with a C. Anyway, we're back here on Thick Thursday. Apparently, that's what we call these events these days. We don't have Deus Ex for us, but we have Outer Wilds, which can get just as hot and crazy. I have an suspicion that we're going to get into some quantum shenaniganery tonight, because I think that's kind of what we have left going for us. We have been, I believe, pretty much everywhere we can without getting all quantum. We're going to discuss that term in just a little bit. Whew-wee. So how's you all doing? Are you all doing well? I understand that Fennec is trying to evade work. You're not trying so much as just you're accidentally into avoiding work, right? As I understood it. Is that there's a musical, and I didn't even finish watching it, but there's a clip of it circling around on the internet about cave people, and the clip itself is, well, they're singing. It's right in the beginning of the musical. Nah, I don't really want to do my work today. I don't really want to do my work today. I don't really want to do my work today. I don't want to do my work today. And whenever someone complains that they just can't be arsed to perform or do any work or just procrastinating, that song always comes up in my head. I'm just straight up not working at this point, and I apologize to nobody. Yeah, be unapologetic. Judith approves. Look at Judith. She gives you the pleb of approval. Yes, thank you. I was just about to go there. The pleb of approval has been given by Judith. Anyway, maybe we should get into Outer Wilds. Oh boy, I got a test tomorrow. Did I tell you that? Absolutely not gonna study any more than I already have. Thank you, Judith. You remain a beacon of inspiration. You know what? I think I've realized where I got the name Judith from. And I didn't think of it actively, frontal lobe thinking about it, but I realized where I think I picked up on the name Judith and why I want a leopard on brothel matron teacup, where I got that she should be named Judith, and I think it's from Judith Butler. So any what is it, third stage feminists, or is it fourth stage feminism? Anyway, you can consider yourself shouted out at it by Judith, by the way. I think Butler would agree that that is an appropriate mascot. All right, let's plug ourselves in here. So, you know what I did? What I've been doing last night and today? I caved. I got Schedule 1. I've been playing Schedule 1. I've been being a drug dealer. And, it makes me think of the argument that, the whole separation of your game persona or your game actions from your actual personage. Oh, no, I'm been side-eyeing that game for a few days now. Is it actually that good? It's it's kind of like Repo in a way, Fennec. It's good because it knows exactly what it is. It's really self-aware of what it's trying to be. And, I'm a little bit... This is hypocritical of me. I understand this. I am a little bit hesitant to play act roles that have become so problematic for society. And to make you understand where my hesitancy is coming from. Just yesterday, actually, well, a day before I actually picked up Schedule 1, I saw that one of this country's greatest media productions, assignment investigation is the direct translation of it. Uppdrag granskning is the Swedish name for it. It's an investigative journalism outlet for the state television, like your BBCs or your not quite CNNs, MSNBCs maybe. Anyway, state broadcasters. They're really good. They may do some of the best journalistic work in this nation. And they did a profile on how, there's mention of youth criminality in, I don't think just Sweden, but Sweden has been a little bit on a docket where 13-year-olds, 14-year-olds, 15-year-olds are being recruited by gangs, drug dealing gangs, to perform violent crimes like hits, bombings, shootings, and it's gone sort of haywire, real bad. And of course, the schoolyard is a big platform for not just drug sales, but also recruitment, and going so far as to just bringing guns and knives and shit to school. Now, this is not necessarily news to an American audience. I know, the myth of inner city public schooling from even so early as the 90s. I mean, I saw what's that Michelle Pfeiffer movie where she's a temp teacher in inner city school, where Gangsta's Paradise, sort of the song Gangsta's Paradise released next to? Oh, you know which movie I'm thinking about. It's a good movie, by the way. But that's been a long recurring myth, and it's sort of becoming reality in Sweden. And Sweden has no means, legal or mental, to deal with it. So this journalistic outlet took a good hard look at the reality of Swedish schooling. And me, as a previous middle grade teacher with some insight, not only been a middle grade teacher, but been a middle grade teacher in, what should we call them, socioeconomically problematic areas. I've taught. I've had kids in the classroom that I had strong suspicions that they were part of gangs, or at least associated to gangs, and that they brought drugs at least to school. Dangerous Minds, there we go. Thank you, Fennec. Very good movie, by the way. Highly recommend Dangerous Minds. It's a really good one. So watching this expose where they interviewed some of these kids, and there's a lot of blame flung at schools, which I think is sort of missing the mark a little bit, but considering that it's parents, kids, and media who don't know the reality, or don't give a shit about the reality, or don't want to see the reality of managing schools in, well, anywhere really, I'm assuming, but in Sweden at least. They're sort of slinging shit on the first ladder of power, despite the fact that, teachers and even principals are just caught between it's not even a rock and a hard place, it's a diamond-tipped drill in a hard place. And just, every problem with society is just being shoveled on to the same poor people who are already working like 120% of a week to just make ends meet and just manage to service, just managing to deliver the bare minimum of the services they are supposed to provide. It's like it's kicking the three-legged dog down on the, down in the dirt at that point. But nonetheless, it is what it is when kids, 14-year-olds shoot each other in school bathrooms. It's fucked. So I watched that 2 days ago, and then yesterday I picked up Schedule 1. So my problem with Schedule 1, which is where we started this whole diatribe, and games like it. I suppose technically GTA should cover that as well. It's the same problem I have with gangster rap. Because a lot of this behavior comes from the normalization and the glorification of that lifestyle. Living fast, living hard, essentially the outlaw lifestyle of the noughties, or the 21st millennia, or 21st century, I suppose. 21st century. where you're just getting yours. You're too dangerous for the social norms to touch you, and it's essentially, you know, another kind of outlaw culture. In the 90s and the 80s and the 70s, we had the biker gangs. In the 19th century, we had, you know, gunslingers, and now we have adolescent drug kingpins. And unfortunately, media feeds into that. It does, whether we like it or not. Now, that's not to say, obviously, we're not going with a full Thompson defense here, that just because people shoot each other in gaming, people will go out into the street and start shooting real people. No, we just haven't seen that. That's completely unscientific to say. If anything, gamers are less likely to perform violent crimes than non-gamers, for example. We know this by now. But it's the same argument as we've been running into when we talk about archetypes and tropes in genre. Like, for example, the commercialization of sexuality in cyberpunk, racism in fantasy, etc., you know? We keep talking about this stuff, and the problem is not necessarily that the genre has those elements in it, nor that the genre exists. The problem is when you don't deal with it, when you don't manage it, when you just sort of assume that it should be there without actually handling it, or worse yet, romanticizing it. And just doing a drug-slinging sandbox game, it's fucking close, man. Now, that being said, I've enjoyed Schedule 1 tremendously, and there's just something that really... Look, Schedule 1 knows what it is. It knows it's a drug simulator. It also knows where that myth comes from, so it plays itself a little bit like a 90s punk rock album. Like an Offspring. It feels like an Offspring album. So I'm mixed. Look, in the beginning you grow marijuana, then you go on to meth and cocaine, but in the beginning you grow marijuana, and of course you're doing weird blends of marijuana, like blending OG Kush with Coca-Cola to see what you get, to get different effects, to get, you know, higher pay grade worth of marijuana. And I did that to figure out, you know, the most bang for your buck you could get for your nugs. And just random into blending OG Kush, the basic standard marijuana bud, with a banana to get something really rank that the game just randomly generates the name Stinky Piss for. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? Yeah, okay, whatever, man. I'm just gonna shove this in the archive. No one's gonna love that. No one's gonna want to smoke that. And I shit you not, Stinky Piss on its own permitted me to corner a market. And it is a recurring blend that my customers in that game want. I've also, most recently, made a marijuana bud that has two effects. One of them is thought-provoking, and the other is generizing. Not genderizing, generizing. Jennerizing. What that does, thought-provoking makes their head go big head, like bobblehead big. And generizing turns their body into, you know, an hour-shaped glass female version of themselves. Like a super shot. Essentially, you know, Botox and silicone-filled female body. It knows exactly what it is. The graffiti is just dicks. It's just dicks. I mean, there's on the back of the bank or some other building, I think it's the bank, there's a stick figure with a big dong and balls on it. It's fun. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, I think I need to get this game. Yeah, I mean, again, I feel a little bit bad about enjoying it as much as I do, considering the messaging, but again, it plays itself for a lark. It plays itself so dumb that it's a parody. Essentially, it's a parody game. It helps that the art style is essentially Rick and Morty as well. Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun with it. It's not unproblematic, and I think it's worthwhile talking about it in this context, you know, problematizing the romanticization of the outlaw culture, especially, you know, delinquency. Just skating around on your dingy skateboard, just delivering marijuana nugs that will turn their users ginger. Because yes, that's a thing. Gingeritis, it's called. It gives the users gingeritis. It's fun. It's a lot of fun. Maybe we're gonna do a bonus stream of Schedule 1 on Saturday. Maybe I should see if people... I know that Lemon and Mac were playing it. Maybe that is something the community would like. Just a little bonus. A cheeky little bonus stream. So we can make our stinky piss salad. Anyway, Outer Wilds. That was my diatribe of why I feel a little bit bad about liking a drug dealing simulator. But now we're gonna do quantum shit. And I'm gonna get on another soapbox later in the game as we go along about the word quantum. But we'll get there. We'll get there. I feel like we should at least load up our save before I get on another soapbox. Look, I still think Stinky Piss is a funny name for a marijuana blend. I just have a real hard time letting that go. I also have Purple Balls. Oh, it's a dumb one. Anyway, so what are we doing? Let's check our journal. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Let's see here, Fenny. I was so sour by the playing Doom turns kids violent argument when I was younger, so much that any similar argument immediately kind of discredit, even if there's a grain of truth in it. I absolutely understand that. What was his name? Thompson, right? That Thompson motherfucker. He was not the one that started the whole Doom turns kids violent, or for that matter, Doom turns kids satanistic. It's the same argument as Dungeons and Dragons turns kids towards Satanism. Orrin Hatch was in there too. I haven't heard that name, but then again, me as a Swede, we never really had that argument. We heard those arguments coming out of the US vicariously through glimpses in media. We weren't in that argument. So I know about Thompson, I think his name was Thompson, that Florida lawyer, right? Whose hatchet was primarily GTA. And I absolutely understand, Fennec. I absolutely understand, and I do not just understand, I sympathize and empathize. And in that extreme American moralization, you are absolutely correct. But there absolutely is a nuance of art imitating life and life imitating art. And this argument, when it comes to criminality and violence, I mean, we do not see people playing Call of Duty becoming more violent, but that's the lowest hanging fruit of that argument tree, as it were. There's another higher hanging fruit of, for example, playing Call of Duty and, military shooters, is that it normalizes and romanticizes military supremacy and, violence and genocide. A disregard for the Geneva Convention and stuff. It does. Which is why Spec Ops The Line is such a good game that actually brings that shit back. the Geneva Convention in a way, the horrors of war, rather than just making it a hyper masculinizing pew pew click on head. There's absolutely a worthwhile commentary on that. Not to say that you shouldn't play those games, but we should have that conversation in association to that kind of gaming. Any kind of gaming or any kind of media with with such problematic messaging. And especially these days when we know that the US Army, the US military, I think all of the military branches, use gaming for marketing themselves to kids so that kids would sign up to the military. We know they do this. I know that the Army has employed games developers to create military shooters so that kids will want to join up the military. We know that the military funds, in some regards, maybe not the Call of Duties, but other such games, just so that kids will sign up to the military. We know that is a recruitment drive. And who's to say that the same cannot or is not true in some way, shape, or form for drug cartels to recruit children? That it's cool to be a gangster. Gangster rap has certainly done that. Here, particularly here in Sweden. I don't know about the American rap scene, but here in Sweden, it's not even a gimmick. It is a fully funded and even publicly recognized form of art to have actual gangster rap when you have criminals being the rap artists. And we have had a bunch, I can't name a number on them, but at least a handful in the past, I don't know, not even a decade, of prominent, we're talking award-winning rap artists that have been killed as part of the power struggles of gang warfare in Sweden. And we see kids today in schools that are, being recruited into narcotic network gangs, really violent gangs that are perpetuating the poses and the attitude and the style and the clothing and the fashion of the criminal musicians in schools. They're recreating it in schools, like recording themselves waving guns around with certain fashions. It's even gone to the point where cops and analysts with the strategic command of the Swedish police can essentially map youth criminality and youth criminal recruitment by what clothes kids wear. There are certain brands that are just so linked to the crime networks that you can essentially identify criminals by just brands of clothing. And the clothes brands kind of lean into it because it gives them status. So there is absolutely, definitely an impact on the impressionable with what media they consume. That is just true. Now, what that impact is, obviously, it's not your Thompson argument that people, kids get violent because they play Doom or GTA, but there is an effect, and that effect is worthwhile studying or recognizing and talking about. Let's see here, Fennec. Let me catch up. Yeah, definitely. I understand it's a bias that I have and try to push down a bit. I suppose that's the distinction for me that drives my bias. Culture absolutely influences kids. Video games are part of my culture. But when movies, music, etc. are all romanticizing the same things, it feels unfair to just point the finger at video games. It's a systemic issue. You're absolutely correct. And it's not just criminality, right? One of those, in this whole diatribe, or it's not even a diatribe because it's not two people, it's just a monologue. On this whole soapbox, we mention military shooters, romanticizing the military. and military bravado. You could absolutely look at your battlefields and your Call of Duties as the old nationalist anthems and marches of the world wars, or the pre-World War posturing. They are designed to have the same effect. To galvanize a population, or a young, impressionable part of a population, to be willing to bear arms back in the early 20th century because of the fatherland or the motherland or whatever. Today, because that's what a real man does, or that's how you're cool. It seems like a more shallow reason to me, but you know, whatever works, I suppose. But yeah, violence in video games is sort of overhyped. It is. I think when it comes to criminality, in Sweden at least, I think music is the worst offender. As a matter of fact. Not games. These kids generally don't play games, as it were. Maybe they play GTA, that's fair, but or FIFA, but they're not, you know, as we have delineated in a previous conversation, they're not gamers, you know? And that's not the main media that they consume. If so, it's mobile gaming, which is not the same thing, really. Maybe not even, they're not Fortniters either. So yeah, you're absolutely right, this is a systemic issue. There are certain genres of video games that are worse offenders. There's certain genres of music that are real big offenders. There are definitely, I mean, just look at Michael Bay's Transformers, which in parts at least just turns into military porn, strangely enough. Now let's look at what we're doing. All right, what are we doing? What are we doing tonight? Most of these things seem to actually have green check marks. This doesn't. The Sunless City. There's still something in there. That's interesting. That's on Ember Twin. We still have something in the Know My Grave. That's interesting. But maybe it is just setting off. There's the gravity cannon. Where is that? That is in Brittle Hollow? Yes, that's in the Quantum Moon shuttle. But considering it's purple, I kind of expect it to be... The Nomine detected a quantum signal coming from somewhere on the Hourglass Twins. Okay. We could look for that. What is this? Sixth location. A quantum moon sometimes disappears, possibly to an unknown sixth location. Interesting. Don't know what to do with that. The Sun Station is definitely something I would love to get to. Black Hole Forge is a potential place for a warp core. Ash Twin Project is a potential place for a warp core. But I think we need to do the warp. We need to quantum bullshit to get into Ash Twin. Escape Pod 3 is in the Bramble. Isn't it? We have found that. But we haven't been inside. I didn't think we could be inside. Look, I would love to do this one. The Quantum Grove thing. Here on Timberhearth. Because there's apparently something more for us to do here. And I don't understand what. And I think that's the next step in the quantum bullshit. I believe. And the Nomai and Brittle Hollow observed a phantom moon that would sometimes appear in the sky. Then Nomai or in between observed a moon that was disappeared when no one was watching. And Nomai named Solanum landed a shuttle on the quantum moon. Church research notes mention that quantum moon that no Hearthian has been able to land on it. Esker's signal scope log reports harmonica music coming from somewhere on Timber Hearth. Claim it sounds like Feldspar's harmonica, but Feldspar disappeared in space ages ago. That could be another one of those snags, couldn't it? The bramble snags? We've had false harmonica. Maybe we should look for that as well. That could be it. Where would that be? Man, this planet is gonna barren. Are those guys interesting in any way, shape, or form? Could go down and into them. Whoopsie. Maybe I should do it like this instead. So what is there? Nothing? What is here? What is this? Oh, we haven't been here. Have we? Oh, this is the thing. Right. This is the harmonica signal. This is exactly what we were looking for. We don't need the suit, but you know, fuck it. This is definitely it. Yeah, it is. Another one of those bramble snags. That's bad. What is this? Is this ice or... Looks like ice. Hey, fucko. Hi, Tick-Tight. Better to have a suit and not need it than the other way around. Fuck yes. It's just like a condom, really. Hey-o, Hatchlin. Thought you were taking a tin can of yours into space today. What are you still doing here? Me? I saw something crash over the horizon I didn't like. What I was seeing in the pictures my little scout was sending back, so I thought I'd come over here myself and look. Is that a dark bramble seed? Oh, you think so? It's nothing I've seen on Timber Hearth before, so you're probably onto something there. Whatever it is, to put down roots in a hurry. I don't like the look of this thing, Hatchling. That's a fact. Think I'll set Marl and Hal loose on it. Best to get rid of this mess sooner rather than later. No one can remove an unwanted plant faster than a tree keeper can. I'll have to get a look at what's inside the seed first, though. I don't want to see set anybody up hacking up a potentially dangerous plant without a better idea what's lurking inside there. Tuff can help me hold the old scout launcher over here. Obviously, the opening is too small for someone to fit inside, and anyway, I'm not gonna blindly stick my hands into blah 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 blah. Well, I can just shoot it. I mean, I can. We're just gonna find, yeah, we're just gonna find Feldspar here, right? Yeah, it's just Feldspar. This is an early indication of where Feldspar is, yeah. Yeah, it is, yeah. Yeah, great. Okay, so that's not terribly irrelevant for us, I suppose. That's just a hint, hint, nudge, nudge where Feldspar is. Just like a condom. I always carry an extra suit in my wallet just in case. Okay, so this little thing is essentially an indication that where Feldspar is, but it also seems to suggest that the dark bramble can spread, which is kind of scary actually. Considering what we know of the dark bramble, that it's essentially a extra dimensional kind of snag or snarl for spacefaring, or it can be for spacefaring at least. That is home. We don't give a shit about home. We wanna go to the quantum castle. It's here, yeah? Is it? Is it? Yes it is. Yes it is. Okay, so this is the quantum bullshit. Ulle and Lillemor, better watch out. Yeah, Ulle and Lillemor, they're gonna get run through the ringer this weekend for sure, for sure. Alright. Now, we have been here several times. We've been here at least 2 times, if not 3 times. I still don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do here. Yeah, that's you. Yeah. Is it even possible to line these up? Probably not, right? Kinda cool. So what we have learned... What have we learned, children? Well, we have learned that if we observe these things, they cannot go anywhere. Which means that we can lock them in place. Now, considering our scout launcher only has one camera, or we can only view one picture at a time, we can't lock more than one in place. I'm assuming also that this puzzle, as it were, is dictated. Are you also sneaking? This poem. Across old bark, in the ancient glade, the quiet shade is always dark. Bark dark, glade shade. A weird ABBA rhyme. I have no idea what to do with that. Yeah, that poem is definitely teleporting as well. I really want to do a hate chat about this puzzle. We've been here so many times, and it's not even I don't know how to do a thing, I don't know even what to do. I don't know what I'm being told to do here. I'm fairly certain the more to find here is something really stupid that won't actually help you. Hey chat! What am I supposed to find here? What am I missing? If this is not a puzzle... Don't tell me you need a hint. I know! Yeah, I think I need a hint with this one because I don't even know what I'm supposed to do. Get closer to the shard and use your scope on that thing. We never said we could read. The screen literally tells you unidentified signal nearby. Oh, God. Yeah, but, I mean, it's still unidentified. Look, okay, so, seriously though. Sound is coming off a rock. That's quantumed. Just because you conclude that that sound is coming from the rock does not identify the sound. That is not a proper identification. It's just as unidentified as it was previously. Was that it? Dark Bramble Seed sends us to Feldspar's camp. Yeah, okay, so that's all locked up. And my fucking God, you're fucking high. Okay. We did it! Yatta! Fucking hate this place. Okay. We have something in the Sunless City. We need to get there early in the run. There's something in the gravity cannon. Let's go. I guess we're going Brittle Hollow. Even though we should go there early in the run as well. But, where the fuck are you, bud? That's the Spoopy Moon. How are you doing, Noel? Are you doing well? How's your Thursday treating ya? What's that? That's Dark Bramble. No, that's the Dark Bramble. What is that? Oh, it's just another fucking supernova. Because this night sky is absolutely lousy with them. There we go. That's Red Hollow. I still really want to land on that sun station. I'm relaxing after work, doing good. I'm glad to hear that, Noel. Big glad to hear that. Bank, bank, bank. We also haven't done the tower here. That is on the North Pole. Why? So, okay, so that's the north. Maybe we should turn ourselves correctly then. Where's the cannon? Oh shit, moon. Is that the cannon? No, it's not. Right? Is it? Shit, we're coming in fucking hot, aren't we? Oh, we're coming in really hot. That is something. No, that is the quantum tower, isn't it? I think that's the quantum tower. Just settle down. Settle down. I think we might need to do this thing, actually. I think we have been at the top of... We've read all of this, right? Trees are moving. If anyone witness disturbing behavior, I implore your observation here. Please right, trees do move. I mean, this is a no. Blah, 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 blah. I think we have read all of this. Think we have. We read all of this. No? No? You need to be up and about so I can safely land on you! Bloom, Felix and I have determined the atypical shard of the rock is the reason objects in the screw are behaving. The only other object we've observed displaying the quantum behavior is the wandering moon. Quantum shard, wandering moon. I think we have read all of this. Okay. Let's truck you. This is certainly a place where we haven't been able to go before. But it's also a place that seems to be sort of closed off to us. But it does kind of seem like a place that I really want to get into. How far? 90, below 90 meters. Okay, that's fair. That is fine and fair. This is one of those towers, though, that's somehow locked. Oh, it's broken. Oh, shit's broken, man. Alright, so that's the issue. Fuck. If you're making your first pilgrimage to one more, ascend these stairs and obtain the last of the knowledge you need for your journey. Okay. You know what this is? Obviously screaming out to me now. Oh shit. Oh, you're clipping. This is training that we need to be able to get to the black hole forge, because this is the same problem, right? This is the same issue. And we can cheat this. No. Oh, ow, fickles. Exact same issue. You know what? I would be... Oh, ads are coming in, chat. Suffer through them. I would be curious if this bit of Brittle Hollow also falls into the black hole. And if so... If we're in the middle of outer space, we would be able to just float on up in there. Right? So maybe we just chill and hang and hope. Where do we come from here? Crossroads. Okay. Man, I hate this place. This fucking planet is cursed. It's real cursed. Could be that this is one of those spots that just doesn't break. Oh no, you little bots. Oh no. Get rid of them. Get rid of them. So, how do we fuck this pig? Good question, good question. How do we fuck this pig? At least our ship's not going away from us. I mean, it's parked right on top of this superstructure, so we're fine. We're golden. We Gucci. I mean, I could launch one in there, but why would I though? Why would I? Oh, I didn't go very far. Surface integrity 15%. That's great. For once, we approve. We have identified that, have we? Good for us. Actually, oh, we topped off on oxygen for some reason up here? Oh, there are trees all over the place. Great, fantastic. Where's the fucking shard? Seemed to suggest that we had already identified this, right? Yeah. Come on, fall into the black hole! To the black hole! I don't think the black hole forge ever will, though. Does it? Maybe that does too. Huh. You know what? Maybe black hole is friend. Maybe black hole is friend. Maybe it's friend-shaped. Maybe all holes are friend-shaped. Maybe all holes or all friends fit into holes. The friend shape goes into the square hole. Yeah, come on, just fall. Just fall. That's the black forge, yeah? You can keep an eye on it, see if that falls too. Oh shit, the light just absolutely warps, that's creepy. Does that mean the white hole is enemy? Oh, I guess it would. I mean, everything can be friend. Hi Shay! Welcome in, everyone! Everyone! Let me do my fucking job. Because you know who started streaming? Trash Panda Shay ass! Now I'll need to learn how to spell your name, Shay. There we go. Everyone should totally swing by Trash Panda Shay and gives her a follow and check her out. Are you streaming tonight, Shay? We're just hanging out here and hoping to enter a hole. We're big into holes on this channel. We like holes. Oh, Quantum Moon, fun. No, that's Giant's Deep. Okay. Check the signals. Is there a point to that? Tower shard. It's up there. Cool. Whoop! We felled at it. Fantastic. Where is? Oh, Gibbles. Oh, that's white. Ah, fuck! Don't bonk me. No bonkies. Where's tower? Here's tower. Look, we did it! Yatta! Oh shit, we're almost dead too. You think we'll be trying King of the Castle tonight if we can? King of the Castle, what's that? That is distinctly not can I? Oh fuck! Can we please stabilize a little bit here? Just a little bit. That is not. What is it? Fall Guys? Fall Guys felt like a King of the Castle kind of thing. Man, this was one puzzle that really pissed me off in this game. I only solved it through dumb luck. You got it in one. I mean. I don't know if I sold it. What is that? Oh, fuck, I don't like this. Oh, I don't like being here. Okay. No slabs here? No slabs? Okay. Any slabs anywhere? Uppy? Is that our ship? Did we break our ship? Oh, heck. Oh, no. Our ship's absolutely fucked. Oh, we're dead. Okay. So we're absolutely dead. We're so fucking dead right now. Our ship is just in pieces. Fun. Delightful. Yeah, that's our ship. That's more of our ship. Our ship is now in pieces. Oh, that's nice. Okay. So if I just... Welcome, Solanum. Your arrival here means you've completed your preparation on Giant's Deep, and you are ready to depart to the Quantum Moon. On your pilgrimage, the Quantum Moon will carry you, just as it carried me and many in our clan before me, and the Moon's sixth, the most secret location. Oh. You'll be aided in your pilgrimage by the shrine our clan built on the Quantum Moon, but remember this final rule. To explore the sixth location, the shrine must be on the Moon's North Pole. Okay. Be curious on your journey. Okay, fantastic. Love that. No, you know what I want to do? I want to put you down. Can I just... put you down? No, put down. No, not I want to put you away. I want to put you away. Have we kinda host ourselves here and locked ourselves into holding this thing? Have we honked ourselves out? God knows. God knows I think we fucked up. I can't put this down. I can't let this go. Our ship's all busted. Our ship's all busted. It's all broke and busted and falling apart around our faces. Our ship's all busted. God knows I want to fuel up. Fuck yes, okay. That is down, this is here. This is up, this is good. Is there a way I can put this down? I would love to be able to put this down. No button that permits me to do that. Chat, help. Have I honked myself? Do we just need to redo that? Entire thing? Usually we can just put it down with, well, square button. But we just can't let it go. We're attached to it. Completely attached. Which means that we would have to do this whole thing again. I'm unhappy. Chat, help. Hey, chat. It would be nice if I could put it down into one of these scroll cases, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be nice? But it does not look like the scroll case is an appropriate place for me to put this thing. Was making brownies. Look, I'm holding one of the scrolls, question mark, and I can't put it down because I'm in zero grav. I can't release it. You know what? Maybe here's an idea. there should be somewhere around Whitehall Station. Where's Whitehall Station? There's Whitehall Station. There should be a station around here, right? That thing. Brownies. Yeah, right. I wish I had brownies. What kind of brownies? Oh, did he get inspired by me talking about Schedule 1? Oh, shit! Yeah, we get the triple chocolate Girardelli brownie mix from Costco. Girardelli. I don't. Oh no. Okay, so we do have to do this again because the sun's going boom boom. Can I put this down here? Here, okay. Well, I guess we kind of host because sun's coming in and I still haven't read one of the messages in the tower. So we kind of have to do that shit again. But you know, baby steps. That's a little frustrating, but alright. Oh well. Fucking brownies. Okay, so we're going to Ember Twin in the Sunless City. I think, because there's something that we haven't done there. And if we find that, we are going to Whitehall Station and looking for that thing, that tower. Let's take a look here. Quick look-see. There we go. 6th location, Quantum Shrine, all on the moon. Perfect. So what we're doing now is we're going here? No, my city do blah 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 blah. There's more to explore here. Okay, so there's something we missed. Let's do that then. No, there we go. In between. Shit, I'm coming a little bit too... no, everything's fine. Actually. Heck. Coming in hot! No, I'm sure it's fine. Something's bonked. What are we doing here? Where are we landing? We're landing close to the cannon, right? Not the shuttle, the cannon. Actually. What's fucked? Headlights? Well, who gives a shit about lights? Go. Landing gear is kind of bonked. Oh no, see it ain't so. Okay, so what is this? What are we doing here? What is this place? Have we been here? Friends, if you find sign of Colliers, I implore you to tell me. He vanished without a trace during our research trip. He's been missing since forever. Mallory, some of us from the Sunless City are here to help search for Colliers. Can you tell us more about your expedition? You have my gratitude, Burr. Colliers and I were studying the cave's geology. I hope to learn more about the unique and wandering rock that visits several different caves in this area. Oh, it's one of those fucking things. Where was young Colliers last, Mulleray? He disappeared in the cave at the bottom of the dry lake bed at the North Pole. It had been in an instant without warning. Turned away and Coleus to examine a sample, and when I turned back, he simply wasn't there anymore. He had limited supply of air, and Ona, I'm afraid for him. We will learn more by examining the northern lake bed cave where Callius disappeared. Search quickly, everyone. Why did you have time to write? Whoa! Hey, friend. Happy to have met ya. That's very in my face. Spooked by a rock. To be fair, Noel, it is a very spoopy rock, okay? As far as rocks go, I feel like that is a solid 10 out of 10 on the spooky scale, okay? Just saying. Yes, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're putting down. I recognize it and I respect it. But, however, I raise you, very spoopy rock. Besides, this game is absolutely a horror game. So, you know, that's the shuttle. Well, I don't give a shit about the shuttle. North Pole, eh? Can I get a radar on this? Where is Cam? There's Cam. Perfect. Get up, down, get up again. Hey boy, get your rocks off, new boy. Put your clock on, new boy. You can miss my friend, get knocked down, get up again. Refuel, juice up, and go down. Actually, have we been down? Have we been to Big Down? We have been Big Down here. Yeah, we have. Shitless. And where is hole? The hole that we want? The hole that we want is... here is perfect hole for us. Best hole. Alright, now we're in the Sunless City. Back again. We didn't want to come, but... gosh darn if it wasn't the little city that just kept having something for us. I think we skipped by certain passages that were spoopy. Face. There is stuff, for example. Oh, duh. Sand hole? Is that how we get down? Starting to think that sand hole is the way down. How do we get up there? Perfect. It is, I would say that it is this one. I was incorrect. It is not that one. Okay, let's do it again. It wasn't that one, so it must be this one. It is! Yay! Perfect. We did a thing! Right. Let's see here, Fennec. Question regarding horror. For something to be horror, is intent the only thing that matters? Effect or combination of both? That is, does it have to be trying to scare you? Does it have to succeed? Was having an argument with a friend the other night about this. Oh, that's an interesting question, Fennec, actually. That's an interesting effect, because there's certainly... okay, so let's separate it a little bit. I think you need to separate the effect horror and the genre horror, because there's certainly a lot of horror genre that does not horrify. His position was that something is horror if it's trying to scare you, regardless of whether it does. You could argue that it's bad horror. There's good and bad horror. There's horror that succeeds and horror that fails. But then that still argues the case that it's intent that's important. If you look for the answer in literature science, in literary theory, hey cats, welcome in, bud. If we look for the answer in literary theory, then we would, from a structuralist point of view, find that the intent doesn't matter. No art, according to structuralist theory, that is to say, Levi-Strauss and company, the author doesn't exist in your interpretation of the art, in your consumption of the art. It is only your interaction as the audience and the piece of art that matters. It is what that piece of art, how that piece of art connects to you, how it speaks to you, and how you infer meaning into it. That is where the structuralists focus on the study. And in that regard, the intent would not matter at all. So instead, we would define horror as a genre either by... Oh, yeah, Shay, fair enough. Okay, I might as well stretch while I'm doing this. We did do a stretchy, but I feel like my poor bod could do more stretchy. So let's do this while we're stretchy. And I see your message there, Null. I'm going to get to it. I just want to, try to finish my train of thought here, if I can. I'm not good at it. So in that case, we need to look at the genre, not maybe just with the effect that it has on the person reading it, because there's a lot of unintended horror as well, but at least the elements that we connect to the genre. For example, the noir genre of writing and movies and whatever is not so much connected to the intent of making noir, but rather the effect of making noir. So you have certain trope elements that need to be in place for it to be considered noir. Such as lone, disillusioned people fighting against an oppressive world. You have latent sexuality, usually performed by the male gaze. You have threat from that wish of connection and sexuality, usually portrayed through the femme fatale. You have an ambivalent ending where nothing seems to be resolved, or you have unintended catharsis at the end, where maybe not success so much as a unintended finish line sort of puts an end to things. And in that case, we need to identify horror specifically. Now we took the example of noir. We need to identify certain trope elements that are largely universal. Largely, mind, not absolutist, but largely universal to the genre to identify it. Now, what that might be is a bigger thesis paper, really. And again, this is only arguing from the structuralist perspective. If we are going by the postmodernist perspective, the deconstructive perspective, the Derrida perspective, genre is not itself. When a piece of fiction attempts to be a certain genre, and now we're again talking about a piece of fiction attempting a thing, not an author of a piece of fiction attempting a thing. But when a piece of fiction attempts to be a thing, a genre, it usually fails. Because its attempt to be a thing is suspect and worthy of derision. So, according to a deconstructive perspective, horror can only really exist when the piece of fiction does not want to be horror, when the horror is unintended. Like Doctor Strangelove could be an argument. Doctor Strangelove would be a political anti-war movie, when if you do just a cursory deconstruction of it, it instead becomes this horror show of human nature, for example. And in that case, you would have to look and make value statements of each individual piece of fiction to come to the conclusion of whether or not you can argue yourself into a cul-de-sac that whatever is portrayed here is horrific in some way, shape, or form. Now, what that horror is will of course vary according to mileage, or your mileage may vary, I should say. But now I've only really given you examples of what the theory or what the theoretical zeitgeist would say, what your Levi-Strauss or your Derrida would say about genre and its trappings. What is horror? What do I personally think? I think the best horror is the horror that is hiding. It's hiding in something else. Sure, I can find my barotrauma terrifying. I can find my darkest wood or darkest wood terrifying. But more so, I appreciate the horror that is immersive, not quite immersive, yeah, kind of immersive, even when we're talking about reading. Horror that is implied inside something else. It's like a Kinder egg of a media. Example. Well, this game, Outer Wilds, I was saying that, a little bit tongue-in-cheek, that this game is a horror game. But that's mostly because it plays around in spaces where I find personal fear. Thalassophobia in the dark bramble and the big anglerfish. The coldness and just absolutely hostile nature of outer space and just floating out into it. The terror of feeling insignificant in the face of, thermodynamic death of the universe, the heat death of the universe. Or how the forces of black and white holes absolutely make us irrelevant, and everything that we do is essentially irrelevant. We just cannot. It's essentially cyclopean physics, if we're gonna go with Lovecraftian terms, right? I have mentioned that Subnautica is a horror game for me, again, for thalassophobic reasons, right? Because I read into the setting. And the setting plays on that. I mean, again, Subnautica knows what it does. If we're going with literature instead, what is good horror in that? I tend to lean towards... To actually get a horror feel for something, I tend to lean towards modernist or postmodernist horror. Modernist horror, the likes of... I mean, sure, Lovecraft does. At least the seeds, the ideas of Lovecraft I find kind of cool. Postmodern horror, Jeff Vandermeer. He does occasionally short stories, specifically in the City of Saints and Madmen, his short story series. I still haven't read the 2 later books of it. There are stories there that I absolutely find horrifying. But why? Or is it horror just because I find it horrifying? I actually don't know. I'm kind of leaning towards both actually, the structuralist and the the structuralist and the postmodernist taking of it. That it's either certain trope trappings that makes the genre, not the intent nor the effect, and or the implications, the deconstructive implications of the fiction. Like take Mother, for example, the movie Mother with Jennifer Lawrence. I thought that was a great horror film. But not because it is in the horror genre traditionally, but rather the implications and the experiences depicted in it is great. I don't know if that helps. Let me read up on chat a little bit. Oh my god, Colleen. We'll get to the singing. Sorry, Colleen. I'm gonna put that a little bit of hold because we're having a bit of a conversation. But yeah, I'll give you a pound of flesh in just a sec. Let's see here, Noel. If you think about Outer Wilds, it's a pretty good collection of phobias, of deep water, of confined spaces, of open spaces, of heights, freaky music, of suffocating. Absolutely yes. Yet it's not a horror game, but a lot of people get really spooked out by specific things in the game. Yeah, I mean, yes, I would not... I mean, I call this a horror game, but it is a little bit tongue-in-cheek, right? I don't mean it. But then again, I don't not mean it, you know? Some people get really freaked out under the water in Giant's Deep. Others freak out that they need to exit the ship deep in space. I do both. Let's see here, Fennec. As an author, I assume you lean towards the intent of the author at least mattering, even if it isn't the most important factor. I remember you talking about something similar when we were discussing structuralism before. Yes, I don't like the idea of death of the author. The Roland Barthes essay, by the way, I highly recommend that everyone reads Death of the Author. It's a really informative way of how structuralists and mostly structuralism, how structuralists look at media interpretation. And it keeps being referred to even to this day, Death of the Author. I think it's available to be read online. There we go. University of Pennsylvania has it. It's like 10 pages or 15 pages or something. It's good. It's a little academic in places, but I highly recommend it. I've linked it in chat. Roland Barthes' thesis, or essay, really. It's 6 pages. You can read that. 6 pages. Roland Barthes writes this structuralist thesis statement. And you will find it pervasive in a lot of media criticism, the idea that the author doesn't matter, the voice behind doesn't matter. I agree with it to an extent, because the fundamental idea behind it is that it doesn't matter what I want to put out into the world, me as an author. What matters much more so, to the point of eclipsing my intent, is how people later interact with it. Because especially with literature, my work will hopefully remain long after I'm gone. And my intent will sort of keep fading away as more and more people interact with my work, and thus that interaction and that meaning is really what art's about. Art's intent is to interact, connect, and inspire other people. And that inspiration, that interaction, does not need my input after I've let go of my work. And that I can kind of agree with. And in that way, I think horror, maybe not as a genre, but certainly as a genre-like effect, can grow out of pieces over time where they were not traditionally intended, just as it can grow out of fiction where it was initially intended and initially received, but in later depictions or later understandings of it, it sort of fades away. Take Frankenstein, for example. Frankenstein was absolutely written, the modern Prometheus was absolutely written as a horror story. We do not read it as a horror story anymore. Dracula, Bram Stoker's Dracula, was written as a horror story. And it has a lot of elements, a genre trope elements of horror stories, but we read it more like an adventure novel these days. And it sort of has a lot of adventure novel tropes to it as well. So I think I kind of actually, for once, when it comes to genre depictions, I do kind of lean a little bit structuralist about it. Genre doesn't really matter for me as a creative. Genre is a sales pitch. Genre is how publishers sell books to you. Genre doesn't exist outside of marketing. I'm being facetious, but it's not true, you know? And instead of talking about genre like fixed little boxes where you could put the square thing in, that's not really where art exists. Now, you can design art to fit those boxes, but that art tends to not really survive very long. It doesn't. It may get popular, but it doesn't have longevity to it. And those boxes are really windows or lenses for you to interpret the art that is out there, not really fundamental elements to the art itself, I think. This is a longer and bigger conversation, I'm realizing. We're really getting into the weeds of things here. And that does help. Yes, I think I'm fairly closely aligned with your personal view. Oh, good. Fear and anxiety is much more interesting to me than discussing horror as opposed to being visceral reactions of being startled. Classic Fennec D'Reilly bullshit. Oh, dude, Fennec. We manage well on our own. But, you know what? Colleen's been waiting. I'm sorry, Colleen. We were in the middle of a thing. A good thing. A thing that I think we will return to. But you know what? When the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light we'll see. No, I won't be afraid. No, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Stand by me. If the sky that we look upon should tumble and fall, or the mountains should crumble to the sea, no, I won't. No, I won't cry. No, I won't cry. No, I won't shed a tear. Just as long as you stand by me. No, darling, darling, stand by me. No, stand by me. Oh, stand now. Stand by me. Stand by me. Who's been computing shuttle trajectories to the sun station? Don't worry. The station is in such low stellar orbit. We've constructed a different, safer way to travel there from Ash Twin. It's purely theoretical exercise on my part. Yeah, who doesn't love computing a good low stellar orbit shuttle? shuttle trajectory. Oh, Pi, Pi, I look forward to working with you, but I'm also relieved it will be easy to return to Ash Twin regularly. That would be my pie. I told her we wouldn't be traveling there by shuttle, and that the sun station doesn't even have a landing pad. But she said she knew, and she didn't give a shit. No, darling, darling, was that all there was? Oh, it seems that it was. Oh, well now, let's just go up one floor. That was kinda cool, that was kinda cool. I'm glad we did that, honestly. That was cool info and rewarding, and that we did. That was 5 minutes. You got it, Colleen. Let's see. Welcome in, Meta. Hi, buddy. Well, I halfway agree with you. I think a few series that were for a specific genre that went on for 100+ books. Oh shit! That's what happens when you just start singing. When we start howling in the middle of a conversation. I think that it is absolutely possible. Wait, what series goes on for 100+ books? That's gotta be, you know, those schlock detective series or something. Deathlands, Outlanders. Okay, yeah, sure. Look, you could definitely write a book series that is distinctly and firmly entrenched in one genre over and over and over again. Just look at crime fiction. You could keep writing the same detective, investigation after investigation after investigation, just keep trudging through it. No problem. The thing, though, is that kind of fiction is designed for the distinct purpose of being recognizable as one genre. And what you do then is use genre tropes to make it recognizable to a public and hard code it to the point where it's essentially invisible if you don't look at that piece of fiction with that very specific lens that it's intended to. You're essentially making Schrödinger's fiction, I guess. That you need to look at that piece of fiction with a specific mindset, otherwise it becomes absolutely nonsense, right? And I don't think that's a good way to write fiction. I don't think that's a very good way to write literature at all. That is not to say that the material cannot be enjoyable. That's not what I'm saying. Absolutely not. But don't believe for a second that kind of fiction wasn't written with the explicit purpose of being considered that genre. It exists, yeah. Okay, in that case, we're pretty much in agreement, Meta. It's a terrible way to write fiction, but it exists. Absolutely exists. I would even be a little bit... It's not a terrible way to write fiction. It is a terrible way to create art. There's a distinction there, right? Because schlock, camp, things that we would not necessarily... I mean, I'm talking about art with a capital A here, as opposed to art as in anything that we can create, right? I put a bit of a hierarchical distinction there. That is a little bit arrogant of me. I understand that. I absolutely understand that. But still, I do that because it's helpful for this conversation specifically. And I am arrogant, let's face it. But what you do is you hamper creativity and you hamper your vision and you amputate your vision to fit into a preconceived pocket of art, of literature in this case. It could be any kind of media, though. It can be music, it can be movies, it can be games, it can be books, it can be anything. But now we're talking about literature or storytelling at least. And look, I don't think great art generally comes from public perception of what is great. It becomes a problem of too many cooks kind of thing. And when a singular artist, writer in this case, tries to fit into the public conception of what a story should be, even though that story may become entertaining, enjoyable, it doesn't what's the word? Provoke enough to be considered capital A art. It fits into people's preconceptions too well to be considered capital A art, in a way. But that is not to say that you can't do it. That is not to say that it cannot be enjoyable. But I don't believe that you're going to make any art that will survive terribly long. I mean, we're talking about hundreds of years, right? Because those perceptions of what a genre is or should be will change over time. And the moment with a public conception, if you've made a perfectly square-shaped block for the square-shaped hole, and then time passes and the size of the hole, the size of the public's lens to perceive a genre or even consider the genre relevant will move on, that tailor-made fit will not fit anywhere else. Likely. It's unlikely it's going to fit anywhere else. So it's gonna sort of fade. While a piece of fiction that is interesting enough, provocative enough, that it can be viewed from several different lenses will have a higher retention rate in society. Does that make sense? Let's see here, you read all 159 books of the Deathland series, and it was quite enjoyable to read, but they did all follow very similar plots, yes. Let's see here, Fennec. I will not stand for this goosebump slander. R.L. Stein is the greatest artist of all time. Wait, R.L. Stein won his own creative writing award 3 times? He only won it 3 times? I wonder, was that what we needed to do here? Are we done here now? I recognize that chamber as one that we kind of ran past, but I wonder if there's anything more here. Oh, I did make sense? Or that he won it 3 times? All forms of media can be entertaining or good, but they aren't always mutually exclusive. Yeah, that's a very good way of putting it, Snack. Absolutely. Media can both be entertaining and good, but, you know, by this specific definition of good, naturally. And one does not necessarily preclude the other. Insert meme of Obama awarding himself a medal. Yes, that. We've already read this, right? Yes. I love this kid script, by the way. It's so fucking good. I love the script, by and large, but we've already spoken about that. It makes me sad, but the Lord of the Rings books might be a great example of entertaining, but not good. Well, Fennec, I mean, there are good... I mean, again, the world building in Tolkien's work is still bar none. I mean, he wrote the entire fucking language structures. That's the kind of depth of world building that no one can really measure up to. But storytelling wise, yeah. But then again, even good quote unquote high art, capital A, capital H, does not necessarily need to be exclusively good in all little pieces of itself. That is not a requirement for high art. Most high art has problems. When we're talking about high art, as in, again, capital H, capital A, that is not perfect art, or that is not perfect craftsmanship, necessarily. That is not what we're talking about. There is absolutely schlock, entertaining, but not high art. That is craftsmanship better than high art is. There are a bunch of different ways where you can grade any kind of media. And the collective evaluation of that will lead you towards schlock in one binary end and high art in another binary end. And I don't even think it's a binary scale necessarily even. But there's absolutely schlock that is just craftsmanship sublime. But the the material is just not deep or inferring enough for it to keep your attention. While in high art, it can be absolutely written as dog shit. It might not even be a collectively functional piece. Just take a look at Kafka's The Process, for example. That is considered high art. It means a lot of things. It explores interesting passages and it works in mysterious ways, but it's not even a completed manuscript yet. And the chapters don't fit together. From what I understand of the production method of Kafka there, it was never intended, or at least Kafka didn't intend to publish it. He died before The Process was published, and it was essentially, I forget who, a family or landlord or whoever who found the manuscripts and just sort of pieced them together. And there are obvious passages missing, specifically at the end, at the later half of it. But it's still published and printed as one novel, but that's not material. And even though it has such glaring omissions, and not to say that just Kafka's way of writing is not perfect either, it's still considered a classic by our standards because it keeps provoking ideas in us. It keeps engaging with us. Right? So there are multiple ways of grading fiction, Hi, Strawberry. I'm going to call you Lindsay from now on. And hi, what the fuck, Lindsay? I don't give. Yeah, sure, whatever, man. Welcome in, buddy. Hope you're doing well, Strawberry. Are you doing all right? Hope you're doing all right. Good is subjective anyway. Well, Meta. Oh, shit. We're getting into such good conversation tonight. Yep, don't ask. Okay, yeah, fair enough. That's one of them weeks, eh? That's very true. I, for one, will never understand high artistic work, like the Robert Ryman painting that was all the white canvas. Sneck and Meta. Yeah, I'm doing special. Oh God, I'm so sorry, Strawberry. I'm so sorry. Your current state of affairs is riding the short bus. That must suck. Don't forget you're Lindsay from. Well, to you, I'm subjectively Lindsay to you. You're a female now? Oh shit! It was that easy all along? Huh? Shit. Maybe Judith Butler had an idea. Don't get me started on postmodern art. No. Look. Good. I don't think either of you realize how much effort has been put in from just the literary academic field to try to define a classic. What is classic literature? What is a classic piece of fiction? Nobody has been able to, though everyone has had opinions on just exactly what it is. there are absolutely pieces of fiction that are undeniably classics because they keep interacting with society in interesting ways. Like some of Orwell's stuff, Shakespeare, for goodness sake. That can change over the course of time, and classics can both erupt and fade away and then erupt again over the course of time, just like Shakespeare. And that is not really debatable. Whether or not you appreciate that work and whether or not that work interacts in a meaningful way with you, that is subjective. Whether or not it interacts in a meaningful way with society, that is objective. That is just to accept. You can't really argue that point. Because if a piece of fiction has a lasting effect on society around it, that's just an objective fact. And depending on what kind of good fiction or good media, good literature you're talking about, that is either a objective truth, factual statement, or a subjective opinion, depending on whether or not you're talking about your interaction with that piece of fiction or society's impact on or off that piece of fiction. So again, good is a bad term when we're calling it high art. If we're combining the idea of the classic with high art, only time will tell, because it's sort of like think of it like a Nobel Prize in natural sciences. You need time to pass to see how impactful that bit of science or literature has been on society, or whatever comes later in natural sciences or fiction writing, to understand or realize how much of an impact that has had. And that, again, is objective truth to some extent. Whether or not it has impacted you, that's a different matter. So, just because, let's take that blank white canvas or even the banana taped to a wall, what is high on the mind of the zeitgeist at any given point in time, current art, as it were, just because everyone and their mother is talking about it, just because the news talk about it, just because it makes a lot of money. Okay, Lindsay, what the fuck? I'm going back to the farm. I'm sorry, Strawberry. This is the kind of shit that we do on a regular basis. Why are you staring at my son? This is kind of what we do. We do literary science, and these conversations are interesting. I find them interesting. Just because everyone and their mother and high media is talking about one specific piece of art, an art installation, for example, right now, does not mean that it's a classic. It does not mean that it is good. It does not mean that it will have a lasting impact on society. It just means that it's the latest thing that the zeitgeist has glommed onto. Just because a big enough part of the zeitgeist has glommed onto it does not mean that that will have a lasting impact. We can only tell that in hindsight. So do not confuse high art with what the current art societies consider high art. As in, current manifestations of it. That needs to wait. That needs to simmer. It always has. Always will. So you just make a little bit of a separation there. Let's see your meta. I can argue that point a little. It became subjective on a universal scale, as how affects our society will have different from how it affects another society. But it is a bit semantic. That is a bit semantic. You're not wrong though, meta. But again, we don't have other societies to measure against, so it's a moot point. It's not an invalid point, but it's a moot point because we don't have a control group, right? I have gained minus 10 brain cell. Oh, I'm sorry. Also, we got another ad break coming up, and I kind of want to run that because I do have tea. I want more tea. I want tea. Me want fill Judith. We need to fill Judith. The Oscars are a good example of yes, snack that. But The ads are coming up real fucking hard, 20 seconds, so we're going to run that. That's going to be like 3 minutes, a little over, for me to get more tea, and I will be right back with you, and I'm going to follow up on that snack. So just keep that thought in mind. Meanwhile, take care of yourselves, cycle your fluids, and we will be right back after a short intermission. See you soon, chat.
Welcome, viewers, take a seat. You never know who you'll meet. Stay a bit and have a read. Let J.P.S. take the lead. Whether it's my books or one of my poems or games and story, you've come for glory.
Let us dissect this plot. Let us discuss the protagonist. And if we can't cope with it, skita idibloskopus.
And don't hold your breath, I'm just an organism. Let's talk postmodernism.
Modernism. Lindberg will be heard. Please don't make me set down my tea. Don't make me sing, please. I'll read you a poem, an excerpt or 3.
Thanks for the song, Mac Daddy.
Let me rate your game's toilet. Is there light and TP? Crowbar smashes TNT. Why do all these bottles scare me? Signalist is in demand. See me return to the Oberdin. Take Max Payne by the hand and catch me in Morrowind. And don't hold your breath, I'm just an organism. Let's talk postmodernism. Modernism. Lindberg will be heard. Please don't make me set down my tea. Don't make me sing, please. I'll read you a poem, an excerpt or 3. This is the break song just for me. Have you seen luck like mine? They say my books are quite fine. Forks on forks to boggle the mind. Sly like a fox, check out the last box. And not to mention hope, love and loss, and just released by me. Check out my latest book, Patchwork Sovereignty. And don't hold your breath, I'm just an organism. Let's talk postmodernism. Modernism. Lindberg will be heard. Please don't make me set down my tea. Don't make me sing, please. I'll read you a poem, an excerpt or 3. The end of the break for me.
I saw mention of stinky piss. Okay, let me read back up on chat. Hi, chat. Hi, everyone. First off, Snack. The Oscars are a good example of film art society versus what is long-lasting in the average person's perspective of good. Yes, good example, actually. What the Oscars keep reward. I mean, just take a look at some of the movies that have been snubbed at the Oscars that are considered today, like 20, 10, 30 years after the fact, being absolute fucking classics, for example. And then the Oscars feeling kind of bad about it. I would argue, though, that it's not necessarily the average person's perspective of good. Take Schindler. I don't know. Schindler's List probably won a bunch of Oscars. It's Oscar bait, but something else. That we just unabashedly think is great. Alien. First Alien movie. That is good, not just because most of the people who enjoyed it back in the day liked it and remember it fondly. It is just good. It's well-made movie. I don't know if it won any Oscars, but it's not necessarily the average person's perspective. I don't think the average person gives a shit about any of this or thinks about any of this. I think they just consume and let it seep right through them. I don't think the average person interacts with media in this way. So I would take a little bit of a numbers with, average person there. But yeah, it's still a good simile that you wrote up there. Let me see here. Oh, Strawberry's just hammering down the brain cells. Strawberry, think of high-minded conversation like this, like practicing your muscles. When you do exercise, your muscles take damage, but they grow back stronger. That's essentially what this is. I'm gonna take a hit to that new stinky piss coming out of Gothenburg. Once they hit negative values, they go into positive. Yes, that's exactly how a brain works. What does that even mean, brother? Yeah, it's we talked about Schedule 1. Just at the start of the stream snack. We talked about Schedule 1 and how I've been playing it for the past day. Yes, I started it yesterday evening and I'm playing it today. And one of the marijuana nugs that I made in the game got the random name Stinky Piss, and I didn't think it was gonna get big, and then my customers started asking specifically for Stinky Piss, and I still have a little bit of a chuckle whenever I get a text message in the game and someone just, "Hey, it's Donna, can I get 6 nugs of Stinky Piss?" It's really fucking funny. Oh, it's really fucking funny. It does pertain to Outer Wilds, where we are a species discovering the writings and art of another species. Let's see here, Fennec. God, man, I'm falling behind chat. Jesus. I was getting whiskey, I left it to joke and came back as a joke. Were you around when he was talking Schedule 1? Yeah, they were yes and no, physically, not mentally. Oh well. The brain damage will pass eventually. Yes, it will. Neuroplasticity is one hell of a drug. Neuroplasticity comes for us all. I would like to take this time, again, third time now, to mention Shakespeare in Love. Beat Saving Private Ryan for Best Picture. Wow. And Saving Private Ryan is like primo Oscar bait, too. Yeah, you see. So the experts... look, the people who run the Oscars are not the people who decide what is canonically classical stuff. They're not the academics. They're not movie scientists, as it were. Scientists, big bunny ears on that one. They're just a syndicate of old people in the business. That's all they are. It's essentially a marketing stunt. It has no bearing on art or artistic science at all, really. So it's not to say that the people running the Oscars are the quote-unquote art elite per se either, that slowly, refine what is... Yes, big scientists, but I mean, again, I'm talking from the perspective of literature science. So it is a part of sociology, as it were, humanism, the humanist sciences. Literature science, and if we're going to do literature science, we probably should do music science and movie science as well. I mean, movie science kind of exists, movie knowledge. It's absolutely a field that you can study in university. To study, the tools and the perspectives at play and the interpretations and the different tools you can use for interpretation and all that to sort of solidify and make valid your analysis of a piece. That is absolutely a valid piece of sociological analysis. I would like to argue, at least. I mean, if you can do it for literature, you can damn well do it for movies and music. It's just that we don't really consider, at least, well, either movies or music that seriously as we do poetry and literature, which is a bit of a shame, really, because it's all storytelling at the end of the day. And storytelling does affect society, and society affects storytelling. The whole structuralist mindset, the whole Levi-Strauss argument was that you could study society through the stories that society told. Because the stories that society told said things about that society, and not necessarily the things that society wanted to say. It sort of showed a subsection of the true colors of that society by studying the stories of the society, understanding from a scientific, from a sociological, scientific, anthropological, scientific standpoint. So it's essentially societal archaeology in a way. It's a field of societal archaeology to study the stories. And that is absolutely a scientific field. But then again, when we're talking about scientists as the one deciding what is, canonically classical art is, you need a bunny ears on that, right? You need big bunny ears on that. Massive bunny ears. But it's not a bad simile, at least, to what is going on behind the eaves. Let's see what's next. Classic movies, I think, do get classed as art. Casablanca, Ben-Hur. I'm waiting for games to be taken as serious art form still. Yeah, I mean, that is one reason why we're doing this, right? To elevate the media. Because we need to normalize conversation about games in this way for games to be taken seriously, like Casablanca or Ben-Hur or Saving Private Ryan, whatever else have you. We need to do this work, right? We need to start these kinds of conversations. And I would like to argue that over the tenure of this channel, the past 2 years, we have made very good arguments with some very good games that they are high art. Well, high art, capital H, capital A, bunny ears, again. But take Gree, Spiritfarer, the first Dishonored was certainly Control, Bastion, Max Payne 2. Sure, they've got other stuff like Pew Pew swinging from the fucking chandeliers and shit, but they still have storytelling structure and format that absolutely classifies it, in my point of view, and I think I'm preaching to the choir here, to you too, that it's, again, high art. Yeah, there we go. Look, it's high art is meme material to call it, but I don't know what else to call it. That it propels the media, that it propels society, that it propels the people who engaged with it. It makes people better for having engaged with it. And I don't know what else to call it. You could probably make up a scientific term for it, but high art functions for me, even though it's kind of funny. Call it tall art instead. Hey, that art has been into the stinky piss jar.
Poetry in motion.
There we go. Poetry. Speaking of high art. Yeah, Fennec, what do you want to hear? Something random? Something that you pick out? Something that I consider classical? Or something of mine? Let's see here, Fennec also. I was a believer that games couldn't be classified as art for a long time. If I recall, it was playing Journey that finally started me to come around. Yeah, Journey is a good example. Journey is great. And I mean, most of us, I mean, at least from my generation and onwards, we started interacting with games like they were toys, right? That is where gaming came from, they're toys. But I think it's not terribly controversial to say that over the course of the past 20 years, we've been proving that it can be more. And it maybe even should be more, Not always, but some of the time. Most of the time, hopefully. I'll say your choice. Would love to hear something that'll change the way I view something. Okay. Something of mine. Okay. Let me take a look. We have the biggest art, just the best. So it's so big. The art is so big. Oh yeah, very good. Everyone says so. Everyone says this art is the biggest. It's such big art. Oh yeah.
Where's me drink?
Thank you, Shay. You're not getting Judith because she's too hot right now. But I was called upon to pick out some poetry, and let's see what I have here. You know what? Let's pick something weird. Let's pick this. Let's take this. This is a weird one. This is either modernist. I think it would be called modernist art. It's a strange one, and it looks fuck awful. But try to suspend your disbelief here a bit. You know I love to get weird. Yeah, I'm gonna switch you over to see it. Look at this. It is posted on Reddit. It's not Reddit produced, but it's kind of hard to find anywhere else. It's made by C.T. Salazar, and it's called Noah's Nameless Wife Takes Inventory. As you can see, it's rather formless, as it were, and if you know me and my perspective on poetry, I prefer the romantic era form of poetry. Think Poe or Tennyson and that kind of stuff. That's sort of where my heart lies. But I have, over the course of time, started to appreciate some of the more modernist pieces. And this looks like absolute garbage just looking at it, but let's try to read it and see if we can get somewhere along here. Is there anything that you see that you shouldn't be seeing? I don't think there is. All right. Horse, heart, hyena, heart, swan, spine, silver, fish, shining in black water, yes. Timber, wolf, tooth, yes. Pity, the ark with its belly full of glowing tongues. Touch the lion's paw only while it sleeps. The red-tailed hawk with jewels for eyes swallows the field mouse, and the mouse was the only proof the field existed. What else will be forgotten? The hawk will starve, soon we will starve, soon dogs will howl like a god learning the word for light, and nothing will howl back. I'm on the verge of getting goosebumps from this one. It reads, it's not, I don't think it's abstract. It is formatted as, this is supposed to be an inventory list, right? Yeah, right? The mouse was the only proof the field existed is an interesting line. There's a lot of interesting stuff here. It starts off as essentially just horse, check, it has a heartbeat. Hyena, check, it has a heartbeat. Swan, I can see its spine, check. And it keeps going enumerating these things. And you can kind of feel this person, the Noah's nameless wife. It is a person that will not matter in history. Nameless wife. Because the title here is relevant to how we're supposed to interpret this. A nameless person who is associated to an historically famous, not just a famous character, but a famous character at the edge of an apocalypse. A mass extinction. A end of the world in every way and shape and sense of the term. Who is trying to take inventory not just on what they can save, but by the fact that she's taken inventory of what she can save, she has inevitably also taken an inventory of what cannot be saved, what is lost forever, and will forever be lost. And knowing that your list of this, the negative space of this list, will be the last echo of these things that are never going to be around again. And just this clinical listing of words seem not to have any song to it. And yet her transgressions from just making a list of it screams lamentation through that soullessness of just making a strict Excel sheet, essentially. And then we get, and that's just the first half of it, right? And then we get, as she sinks more and more into this existential dread of the labor that is placed before her, we get, exactly, interesting line. The red-tailed hawk with jewels for eyes swallows the field mouse, and the mouse was the only proof the field existed. It's not just that something is destroyed, it is that the only thing that was proof that the thing disappearing is also destroyed. It's a destruction of in abstraction, right? It is not just the Library of Alexandria that is destroyed. It's the memory of the Library of Alexandria. We are losing not the things that we remember losing. We are losing the things that we can no longer remember having lost. That's when the true loss occurs. It is not that the field mouse is swallowed by the hawk. It's that what the field mouse represented, where the field mouse came from, that is lost now to us forever. And then, of course, we get the hawk will starve. Even consuming this last memory will not save it. And once it dies, we will die. And that it becomes foreshadowing, this loss of the field mouse and the loss of the memory of the field that the field mouse came from. That becomes foreshadowing for everything. It's not just the tragedy that has happened. It is not just a tragedy that has happened before we remember the latest tragedy having happened. It is that we will also take that path. We will also not just be lost, but eventually the memory of our loss will be gone as well. Soon the dogs will howl like a god, learning the word for light, and nothing will howl back. Imagine being that last dog. Imagine being the last thing. Because with this perpetual loss, there will arithmetically, inevitably be one last thing that will inevitably also learn the importance of all the things that were lost. Not just it cannot remember them, but it knows that something else should be there. And by that gargantuan absence, they will understand not what was lost, but the weight of that loss. Like a black hole. Can't tell what the black hole has gobbled up, but you can tell that it's there and how big it is, how big it has become by gorging itself on existence. And it screams for existence. It screams for company, that dog. Like a god learning the word for light. And there will be nothing to echo that back. I find this piece of poetry absolutely profound and horrifying. This is to me horror. This poem is horror. Because, again, postmodern horror, because it's not what is said on the paper, it is what is implied in here, right? I love this shit. Let me catch up with Chad here, because I've been, again, on a soapbox. Zero Fennec. I'm struggling to interpret that last bit. Will howl like a god learning the word for light. Is the idea that God in its infancy is more of a primal force than an all-knowing man with a beard? I think it's more... It's the last power, or it's an absolute power remembering what was lost, what is gone. But remembering that is too late. I think the God in this regard is humanity, if we're going to be literal about it. That humanity will remember when it's alone on the planet. When there's nothing else, there's no field mouse, there's no dog. It's just us. We have killed everything else. and we will realize how important everything else was. We will remember the word for light, and we will scream for it. Please be again. But there will be nothing to shout back at us. We will only be met with silence, and that is horror. Let's see here, meta. It also kind of reads like someone hitting an autocorrect button over and over and letting up their phone write a poem. No, there's way too much meaning in this. Come on. This is basically how large language models work. No, come on. I hereby approve this as tall art. Yeah, the tallest. I love this. I think this poem is great. I was just teasing. Yeah, I figured as much. I figured as much, meta. I love this poem. And I think it is remarkable that I love this poem because it doesn't do what I generally want from poetry. It does the exact opposite. But it manages to make that structure work in its favor. That structure, or structurelessness, really, it reinforces meaning in it, you know? It inflates it rather than just being there for its own sake. It is actually good modernist work. Usually modernists were just concerned with breaking shit rather than making the shards of what they broke mean anything. And I love this. I think this is fantastic. But it is weird. And it certainly looks like, you know, highest art, as it were. But yeah, I hope you liked it. That is Noah's Nameless Wife Takes Inventory. Let's be in space. I'm not sure if we are supposed to do more here, or be more here, do more here, have more here. That was interesting stuff about... It seems to suggest to us that there is a secondary way to get into the sun station. Which we have... we've had alluded to us, or we believed, but that kind of spells it out. Clear as shortcakes. Let's hear this next. Had a prof in college who would say that poetry doesn't need to rhyme or have a rhythm as long as the emotion behind is conveyed. Makes me think of that. I would agree with that. I think rhyme and rhythm helps, but it's most definitely not needed. No. But it helps, and I think a lot of people, a lot of modern poets forego rhythm and they forego rhythm and rhyme because they find it hard. So they just, can't be arsed. And I think that is weak sauce. I think that's weak as shit. I think that's essentially a failure of poetry. That they're just doing it because, my teacher said I don't need to because I'm a modern artist, so I shouldn't have to be measured against those old-timey values. Or you shouldn't just because I can't, or can't be arsed to, just because I can't write poems or poetry with rhymes, then, right, we're here now. Then you are not allowed to gatekeep me from being considered good at poetry. But it's really just laziness, I think. I don't even know where to go here. I could just meditate. I don't even know how to get out of here. Let's see here, Fennec. Is prose versus poetry another one of those things, but the line between them is extremely fuzzy to the point of being marketing? Like what we said about genre? And there's no rhyme or reason. There is certainly a Venn diagram of prose and poetry. That question almost makes me want to read something. Read something of mine. Remember how I said... Oh, shit. Remember how I was... She was... Okay, fuck it. Yeah. We're probably gonna die anyway. It's fine. how I said that I was playing around a little bit too loosey-goosey, maybe, with the latest novel. And I actually wrote conversation in poetry. Yeah, that. I don't know how to get out of here. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know how to get out of here. And I don't think it's terribly relevant. Necessarily. Is that the gate? No, it's not. It is up. We get in from up. Is it here? It's here, right? I think this is it. Yes, it is. It's here. Okay, here it is. But yeah, I just started writing conversation. It just kind of turned into poetry. But it's written as, well, it's presented as prose, but it rhymes and everything. And I had so much fucking fun with that. You wouldn't even believe. I think the line never really existed. It's just people trying to box off their own form of art for that good old my art is higher thing people do. I mean, then you could, in that case, you need to include lyrics, song lyrics in that as well, because song lyrics is essentially just poetry. And if there's no distinction between poetry and prose, then in that case, there's no distinction between music lyrics and literature. But then again, Bob Dylan did win the Nobel Prize in Literature. Sand Slowly Rising is 100% horror. Yep. There's a lot of that going around in this game. So, Quantum Cave, Lake Bed. Oh, like the Lake Bed thing. What is Quantum? What was that thing? Oh, we still have shit in there. Oh, god damn it! I fucking hate that. And we still haven't gotten everything in the Sunless City. God fucking damn it. This is interesting though. The North Pole, Quantum Caves, the Lake Bed. I bet you that lake bed is dry now. So it's that way. It's just straight ahead. It would be the North Pole. Well, certainly looks like a lake bed. Certainly also looks like it's full of sand. Do we have to come back here again? Is there okay, here's a kind of a hey chat question. Is there somewhere else I should be fucking around to progress the game? Or is this sort of where we're at? Who found a hole and did a foops, wrong one. I was once a man from Nantucket. The best limerick, I think it's a limerick, I think it counts. How the fuck does it go? It's from Jaws. The Quinn character says it, and it's basically ad-libbed because he had found it once on a gravestone. Here lies the body of Mary McGee, died at the age of 103. For 15 years she kept her virginity. Not a bad record for this here vicinity. It's technically not a limerick because it doesn't start with a, you know, a town name or a region name, but I still think it's really fucking good. Apparently he just ad-libbed that. He just put it in there and nobody knew what the fuck he was doing. Here lies the body of Mary McGee, died at the age of 103. For 15 years she kept her virginity. Not a bad record for this here vicinity. Depends on what you mean with progress the game. Quantum stuff is a good place to continue the narrative, as is the Sun Station. We still haven't figured out, though, how to get into the Sun Station yet. Ash Twin Tower, Sunless City. Oh, shit. So is that what we still have to do in the Sunless City? Find a way to get into the Sun Station? I have a photo of a technical limerick drawn on a porta potty from overseas on my phone because it was so great, really. That's fucking good. Okay, wait, what? So, There is supposed to be a way to the sun station from somewhere around here. I kind of want to meditate and see about this thing. The lake bed cave. I know you keep telling me that, you know, you find stuff late game, but I want to kind of focus fine on stuff. I feel like we haven't, I mean, we've been talking a lot of bullshit today. Well, we've actually had good conversations. I've been enjoying these conversations, but, still haven't been playing the game. Let's get back there. Check it out. I like the deep breath that he takes. Poor bastard. It's becoming Jabber Wilds. I mean, it's this channel. Again, it's kind of what we're supposed to be doing, so it's not a problem per se. It is absolutely on brand to go off like this, but okay, what even is North Pole? Oh, we're coming in. Fuck it up! Holy shit! Oh wow! No! No! We're fucking it up. We're fucking it up. We're fucking it up real hard, chat. Oh my god! Have you ever seen someone fuck things up as hard as that? I think not, sir. I think not. Oh, get on top of it. Get on top! Oh, no, not in! No, fuck, no! Why must be so... Oh, this is really bad. No! I don't want to go inside! I mean, I do, but I can't because I have stuff to do. God. It is funny that ever lived. I did nail the midsection though, like the exact mid of the planet, which I find is kind of fucking cool. Okay. No, there's something else that's broken. What is broken? Starboard hull damage? I don't give a shit about hull damage. We're fine. I got my suits. Is it this? Oh, it is. It definitely is. Okay, where is North Pole? It's that direction. Okay, so that's oh, sand's coming. Sand's coming. Okay. Well, we landed on the planet. I don't see what you're complaining about. We landed on the planet and everything is fine. Quite frankly, I don't see what the problem is. This is an absolute win-win. So this is the quantum cave kind of thing, place, sort of. Land here. Like a glove. I just slipped right in there. Oh, this that's fucking creepy. Oh, I don't like that visual at all. Yeah, this is fucking creepy, man. I don't think I like this. He says as he just starts blasting across. Where the heck are we going? I see the bottom, which is nice. Oh shit, sand's coming. Big sand deck. Great big sand deck is coming. Oh, really? No. I see. Stir the bird, the bird. Loose the bird, or the bird a hurl. Where's the bird? Or the bird a hurl. There's the double sir the bird. He's a good bird a herd. As the good sir the bird. Oh, we're coming in, bird a herd again there. There's the bird herd. Bird herd. Bird herd. Bird. Oh, there, bird the bird. Bird the bird. Oh, no, the bird. Bird the bird alert. Bird the fast bird and dear the bird alert. Jesus Christ. That's enough, right? Hi, Z. I got crushed. Oh, God, that was horrifying. Oh, that was easily the worst fucking thing. Everyone should totally check out Double Z if you haven't already. Good buddy of the channel. Oh, my God. I just got crushed. My helmet got crushed. My head got squished. Oh, God. Swedish chef in the flesh. I'm so gonna regret including that, aren't I? Okay, where is... That is not north. This is north. No! Skim it! Skim it! Skibbity. Skibbity skim it. Oh, perfect. 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 This is perfect. Put on the suit first, though. Okay, this is perfect. Coming in a little bit hot. We're fine. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Let's go. I couldn't even know it 23 times, so yes. Oh, God. Okay, so this is the place where we shouldn't be. And this is the place where sand's gonna get us. Haven't we been here before? You know what gives light? This thing gives light, I think. Oh well, that's just unpleasant. Damn unpleasant. Can I get up? No, I cannot. Okay. The fuck am I supposed to do with this? I'm supposed to platform? Delightful.
Where's me drink?
Oh, stop, 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 stop. Okay, drinks, drinkies. Shout out to Twan. Hi, Twan. Oh, everyone should check out Sniper Twan as well. I just got into streaming. How you doing, buddy? So I'm hearing the plan is we spend the rest of the day burning our points. Just absolutely get me bogged down in interesting conversation for the first half, and the second half you're just blasting me. Spend points to the rest of the day and convince all the new viewers that's just how he talks all the time. God. That's just how Sweden... I didn't know Swedes actually talked like that. I wonder how long we could keep congratulations going non-stop if we can combine our powers. I mean, you broke it once. Chat broke that one once, so we started rolling more than you actually redeemed it. So we joined up for repo once with some people he didn't know, and I suggested he should do hurdy-gurdy accent. Fuck are we now? We haven't been here. This is new. Don't trust you. Actually. No! Okay. Wait, what? You don't have a signal? There we go. Cave shard. Oh, it's the same cave shard. It's that cave shard. What is this? Come back here. You know, maybe we should read something. That's a broken one. It can break. It didn't break now, right? We can't hear it. Oh, it did break. Well, there you go. Can't even hear that one. It is a cursed one. What can I tell you? It's not always broken. That's the thing. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't. I can't tell when is where. When is what. I heard it. He's been throwing this wooden sabbat.
That's real kicking the knackers, bro.
See, all of the other ones are just fine. But that congratulation one is about 50-50 chance that you're going to hear it. Or everyone's going to hear it. J.P.S, we the people...
Congratulations! 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 Congratulations!
Congratulations.
Congratulations!
Congratulations. 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 Congratulations.
Congratulations!
Congratulations.
Congratulations!
What the fuck are you complaining about? It works perfectly. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's perfect. It's God's perfect alert. It's 18 seconds. Yeah, I think it's too long. I think Twitch just sort of sometimes. Everyone should out the channel points to the nearest 200, please. I'm gonna do the math. Oh, that could be fun. How many times it works and doesn't? If you've come here to look for Coleus, this is where we were when he vanished. He has been missing for 2 days now. What happened before Coleus disappeared? Your strange wandering rock friend is here, though Coleus isn't. Coleus and I observed this unusual looking rock shard and several smaller rocks in at least 2 other cabins. I'm sure this is relevant. We were examining the different rocks. I recall Coleus standing in on the largest one, the wandering rock. I was taking notes and then my lantern died. When I lit it again, Coleus and the rock were both gone. So we can actually stand on this thing. So let's turn off the lights. We fucking did it. Okay, so where the fuck are we now? You know what? Let's keep a fucking eyes on you, bud. I think we found it. I think we did it. 2.4K, 16.8, 76. I've been successfully quantum entangled. Fuck yes. I entangled with a rock, and this is where we got. How curious! This rock took me with it to a new location. I wonder why that is happening. I wonder if I myself became quantum briefly. Is that a thing that you become quantum briefly? Wait, you became quantum? That's not what that Coleus. Aren't you supposed to be like a super advanced space race? That's not how. You don't become quantum. What? Now I'm having a hemorrhage here. when the rock carried me here, this is the clearest explanation. Hypothesis: if the rock can bring me here, it can also carry me out. My hypothesis was correct. I can travel on this rock so long as I'm not observing my surroundings, meaning I must be in complete darkness. I'm going to bring my mentor here to see this. Meloria is here with me too. We theorize when a conscious being is being in contact with a quantum object and ceases to act as an observer, explained in Need for Darkness, the being can become entangled with a quantum object. They became quantum, briefly. Keep this in mind. Keep in mind, this is a translation. Yeah, that's fair meta. Actually, we have talked about some of the direct translation and being wonky as a way of sort of reinforcing the idea that this is translated. You're absolutely correct, meta. We have talked about it before, and it's right. It's kind of dumb. It's like Marvel. You just throw a quantum out there. Yeah, they do that. We have around 211,600 points between us, meaning we can redeem 1,058 redeems. At 18 seconds each, that equates to 19,044 seconds, 317 minutes, 5.29 hours. So you can just fill one of my streams entire with congratulations. If it works, which it won't. But you might trigger a cascading failure, so it just keeps triggering. Friends Colliers and I have discovered a new quantum rule. He also promised me he'll never vanish again, even if he does learn something useful from it. Curious, but also alarming, this new cave appears to lack the entrance or exit. Also, the rock that brought me here disappeared while I wasn't watching. The wandering rock has returned. Never before have I been so delighted with the sedimentary. Okay. Ship log updated. Fantastic. So what we do is... And now we're somewhere else. We are. Now... Oh, now we're here. Fantastic. Shit. Not what I wanted to do. Okay. Was that what we wanted to learn from that? I hope so.
Congratulations! 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 Congratulations!
Congratulations.
Congratulations!
Congratulations. 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 Congratulations.
Congratulations!
Congratulations.
Congratulations!
Hadn't done that. I might bring Twitch down, that'd be fun. You all saw that look, realize horror as I read that, right? I was going to say we may get lucky after 10, and it gets a hint and it just keeps replaying. You did that once. It did stop eventually, but it certainly did play more times than you redeemed. Alright, was that what we needed to find here? Because... is that relevant for us? Could that be relevant for us? Now, we can't stop looking with every rock that we found, but it could be relevant for some other rocks. Oh, shit. Okay, well, I'm just gonna let you do your thing before I go across again. Bye. So, Z, how are you doing? Are you doing well? No streaming today? I don't think you usually do Thursdays. This we read, right? Last time around? Yes. And then rock. And then rock. There was something up here that we didn't do, right? I think there was. Yeah, not bad, cheers. I don't do Thursdays. I don't do Thursdays. Just don't do them. Where's the ship? It's right over there. Yeah, I realize. Alright, well. We did that. Question is if there's still stuff in the Nameless City or a Sunless City. I think there is, unfortunately. I think there is. which is a little bit bad. Lakebed Cave we did. Excellent. So we've done that. Quantum Cave and Lakebed Cave. Those are done. Sunless City still isn't. Fuck. What's in there that we've missed? Fuck. Supposedly it could lead us to the Sun Station. That's relevant to our interests. Okay. Is there anything here that we could make use of? We still haven't finished. Kind of seems like we have. There's something to be read there that we didn't do. Maybe we should head over to the Whitehall station and wait for that to show up, so we could read the second thing. Because we kind of need to do the Sunless City from the get-go. Is it relevant? Whatever I'm missing here, is that terribly relevant? That is a hate chat. Is this an important thing that I'm missing from the Sunless City? When coming down a four-way intersection, right away always goes to Pillar of Sand. Yeah. Oh. There's a lot of info in the Sunless City. Whether it's important or not, I will check, but I'm skeptical that it is. Okay, good. In that case, let's head over to the Whitehall station and see if we can get ourselves some. Is that it? That is it, right? I think that's it. That looks like it, surely. There's so many supernovas. A disconcerting amount of them. I'm useless for hate chat with this game. Yeah, that's fair. I can't tell if we're coming in too hot, right? Surely we're coming in too hot. I wish I could mark this thing. So why can I not mark this thing? I feel like we are sort of tying this game together progressively here. I don't think... There we are. That's that. Okay, great. Well, that's something, I suppose. I'm not seeing the tower yet. I guess it's still early in the cycle. Never played. As such, the answer will always be fly into the sun and see if it's hot. I mean, we've been doing that. We've been doing good science. What is you? You seem to be important. You seem to think yourself important. The one that is missing is the bit of info of the age of the eye. Oh, okay. Is it hard to get to? I mean, I don't even know where we would go to fetch the information that it says we're missing. Oh, here comes another piece. It's kind of cool that this debris field around the white hole here will progressively eventually kind of turn into an inverse of Brittle Hollow. Isn't that kind of weird and creepy and cool? Like, it's not fitting together, obviously, but the idea of it will be an inverse of a hollow planet. What would that be, the inverse of a hollow planet? A Dyson sphere, I suppose. Kind of. I mean, yeah, kind of a Dyson sphere. Fat planet. A thick, dummy thick planet. So these are just little steppies to climb along. Yeah, they are. Not relevant for our interests. Right now, that is. Man, this is just such a clutch way to play around with this space. I wonder if this will work for the Black Hole Forge. Because the puzzle... Oh, ads are coming in. You're just going to have to suffer through them. Chat, sorry. Tough. the trick we solved the quantum tower here with was essentially just, you know, getting it in outer space and thus, you know, dealing with it. That is essentially the same problem we have with the Black Forge. Problem being, though, of course, that if the Black Forge doesn't fall out of here, we still have no way to access the Black Forge. There's still supposedly some way to teleport between certain places. We haven't figured out how. Supposedly that is how you get to the sun station. What is here? That is, I believe, part of the first refuge. Where's this fucking tower? That's not the tower. Come on, spit out the tower. Spit! Don't be such a lady, just spit. You know you wanna. Just circling this white hole like an idiot. Looking for a particular bit of planetary phlegm. Spat on the roadside of the cosmos. Come on, buddy. I know you want to spit it out. Show me potato salad. Here comes another piece. And this is a pretty good way to just absolutely wreck your ship, isn't it? I think the bit about the Age of the Eye is one of the buildings that gets filled with sand in the main room of the Sunless City, but I'm not 100% sure. It's not super important. Isn't that every building, though? Will not every building get filled with sand? Progressively. Also adds. Yeah. Sorry, Meta. That is, yeah. I will wait to complain about your advice until the ads are over, so you can hear my complaint about your advice. God, where is this thing? Feels like most of the planet has been spat by now. This is a weird occupation. Not streaming. I mean, yes, streaming. Ah, fuck! Fucking idiot. Asshole. You cracked my ship! This is creepy. Oh, I do... No. Don't fucking go away from me. No, you don't. Fucking fuck. Stop. Where is ship damage? Where is hull damage? Where is hull damage? Didn't you say there was hull damage? I thought you said there was hull damage. Yes, but where hull damage though? Here? No. Oh! Found it. Oh, it's not terribly... It's not a lot of hull damage. Just a little bit. Just a little... nick, really. Just a little nick of hull damage, really. Snort by a flesh wound. Dude, there's been so much. I've been reading the Mabinogion, which is essentially a kind of an origin Arthur mythos-ish. It's not 100% accurate, but it's kind of there. You got the Percivals and the Galahads and the Arthur and the Guinevere and Lancelot and all of them, with a bunch of other characters as well. Before the stories took a turn to France and then came back with the Normans. But there are so many Black Knights standing guard on roads, man. You wouldn't even believe. I can absolutely see where the inspiration for the Monty Python Black Knight came from. There's a guy who got bonked on his noggin by a lance so hard that he thinks he's gonna die. But the guy who did it, the chivalric thing to do is to say that, well, you need to ride back to Guinevere and apologize because your dwarf slapped her serving girl before you can get life-sustaining aid and band-aid your injury, your head injury. So go do that first. And the knight just goes, okay, well, yeah, I better go do that then because you're so chivalrous. What happens if you go in? I can't go into this. It's a white hole. It just spit. It don't swallow. I have been through the ass end of this white hole. The mouth end, I should say. This is the asshole of the cosmos. I have been in the mouth end, but I've only ever come out the ass end. And I don't think this doesn't go both ways. Hi, Spooky Side Up. Hello, sir. How are you? Well, I'm good. I'm good. I have a good week. I had a really good week. There's the tower. There's the fucker. This is it. This is the thing. This is the one we're looking for. Perfect. Excellent. Welcome in. Welcome into this little corner of the universe, the internet, and all things Twitch, where we try to apply literary criticism to the games that we play. We have, however, done a lot of that for the first, like, 2 hours of the stream. So I'm kind of not hoping, but I don't think we're going to keep doing that for any extended amount of time right now. But instead try to progress with this game. Where is that? There we go. We need to take that out. We need to take this out, right? This is the thing. Yes, this is the thing we need to take out. So take that, remove scroll. Yes, yes. And then we are dumping that on the boat real quick. I don't know what to put there. Enjoying Outer Wilds? Very much so. Very much so. We're not talking so much about the narratological framework of it, unfortunately, because we talked a little bit about it last stream, I believe. How it's interesting that this game effectively just. I still can't put this down. God fucking damn it. Okay, fine. Oh, it's over there. Oh shit. Okay, fine. Oh no. We talked about storytelling that effectively doesn't tell itself and forces us, the player, to be the teller of the story in a way that most media doesn't. Even most formless media doesn't. Because there's a lot of formless media out there. But most other media has some sort of direction to it, but this has absolutely nothing, which effectively puts us in the role of the storyteller as well as the story experiencer. I really want to put you down. There we go. Okay, quickly back before the sun goes boom boom to read this leftover scroll. Well, thank you very much. Makes you look very professional. Well, some kind of profession. I don't know what profession, but it's a profession. I guess it's the author in me, the poet. It's about poetry. It's getting a little bit rugged, though. It's a little bit worse for wear. Okay, where's the tower? Where's the tower? Where's tower? Where's tower? Where's tower? Where's tower? Didn't have it locked it in. God, fuck! Where's the tower? Where is tower? There's tower. There's tower. There's tower. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Quick, 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 before the sun goes boom, boom. Whew. You just worked on a golf course, goddammit. I never golfed in my life. God damn it. It's not that kind of hat. It's a fucking Stetson. Is it up? It is up. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Let's go. Before sun goes boom, boom. Before sun goes boom, boom. There it is. Oh my god, the movement in this game. See, I absolutely understand that you feel all turned around. I would probably not be able to watch this either. Oh shit, that just spun. Oh, it's a locator for the quantum moon, I think. There we go. Okay. If you're here to make your first pilgrimage to the quantum moon, you're almost prepared to set out on this deeply significant journey. Before you do, pause and remember your history. We make this journey not only for ourselves, but also to honor the members of our clan who came before us. Those who, after the crash that brought them to the star system, became stranded on Brill Hole or Number Twin. A new communication between these two groups of survivors. No, my look, blah blah blah. The captain. Okay, we need to speed. Okay, we read that. Yeah, sun went boom. There's a sixth position. Where's the sixth position? The eye. Wait, the quantum moon can go to the eye? Bramble, Giant Steep, Riddle, Timber, Twins, and eye. We can go to the eye? With the quantum moon. That's the sixth location. The concept is so unique. I'm not sure if I feel like a storyteller when I'm playing this game. No, you don't feel like it. We had this conversation, I think it was the previous stream. Guys, can you remind me, when did we talk about this? Because we did talk about it, not profusely, but we talked about it. How the lack of an intrigue makes it so that we insert ourselves enough into the story that we essentially become the storyteller. More so than a choose your own adventure book or any other, like Memento. There are plenty of pieces of fiction that plays around with the idea of the loss of intrigue, but I think it was 2 streams back. Maybe it was. I don't remember, but I know that we did talk about it. And that this, if that is the case, if this game does it to an extreme enough amount, it would make this game potentially not genre breaking, but maybe medium pioneering in a way, and maybe even storytelling pioneering in a way. This could be the first venture in a direction of storytelling that we have never been able to look at before. Which is really fucking cool. If that is the case. Then again, I think if anyone would dare to just make that statement, there would have to be a little bit of more study to it than just us sitting here slinging shit, essentially. But it is an interesting idea that I think well worthwhile. Hi, Kitty Coma! Welcome in! How are you doing, Coma? Are you doing well? Everyone should totally check out Kitty Coma, good friend of the channel. What are you playing right now, Kitty Coma? Is it still Hello Kitty Island Adventure thing? Anyway, check out Kitty Coma, good professional streamer. She's great. Let's see here, Fennec. I wonder how many do it as asymmetrically as Outer Wilds. The fact that theoretically you can go anywhere at any point means that the order you gain info is going to be unique, and thus the way the overall story unfolds is unique for each player. It's really more of an archaeology than story. It's not only that is definitely a big part of it, Fennec, but it is also the fact that we do not have any goals. We lack there's no intrigue to give us agency. We create that agency ourselves. And not only do we create the agency, we create the progression, we create how the story is put together. We make everything. And it's more so than just an open world game. Open world games generally still have a track you're supposed to go down in. You're incentivized to go to certain places before others by level progression or item discovery or some other way, shape, or form of control over where you travel, or at least influence over the way you travel. This game has none of that at all, which is, again, it's none of the things that it does may be unique, but putting it all together and forming it in this specific way might actually put it somewhere beyond any kind of storytelling that I have at least encountered before. But I would need I think if such a claim was to be conclusive, there need to be more study of it. Let's see your comment. It is. I'm more hooked. I'm more hooked, more than I care to admit. Oh. Even joined a Facebook group. There's so much that I haven't even gotten into yet. I'm invested. Oh, really? How? I don't understand Hello Kitty. I don't understand it. I understand it's a big fucking thing. It's bigger than My Little Pony, and I don't understand My Little Pony either. But I'm glad that you're having fun with it. And now I'm kind of scared to try, quite frankly. It sounds like crack. I don't either, but I love it. Yeah, fair. I mean, yeah. It's no stinky piss, though. Sorry, that's a this stream inside joke. Let's hear Spooky. It's an extraordinary format for sure. I don't think it'll pave the way for a new genre, however. It might not. We just previously this stream talked about genre and got into the concept of high art and being relative to a medium or its audience in an extended manner. And gaming kind of suffers for longevity, unfortunately. And we don't really know how gaming will or could have the sort of longevity we get into literature, for example. So maybe that canonized classics is not a thing that we will ever have with gaming. I mean, it's still just about a 40-year-old public medium, really. But even so, even if it just becomes just a footnote, I think it's still potentially immensely interesting in that regard. And remember that it's not always the first pioneer that gets remembered. Very often it's the second or the third, but that does not remove the importance of that first pioneer. So, could still be tremendous. Okay, we didn't unlock anything there. No, we're not going back to Sunday City. Where the fuck are we going? What are we doing? We're not doing you. Escape Pod 3. Know My Grave. What are we doing? What are you doing aboard my vessel? Solanum's shuttle? We want to go to the quantum moon. How do we do that? Do we try to wham-jangle that from the shuttle on Brittle Hollow? Does the quantum moon wander across the cosmos in a set manner? Or through the solar system in a set manner? I don't know what to do. Let's see here, Fennec. I'm a fan of games doing something novel, even if it doesn't catch on. Yeah, look, even... Yes, I agree with you, Fennec. That sort of novelty, trying to figure out new ways to tell a story, I think the labor of doing that is always worthwhile. Now, whether it sticks the landing, it is relevant, sure, but it's not what is of primary importance, I feel. Because daring to push that envelope, daring to go where no man has gone before, has intrinsic value because it charts new paths for us to travel. Even if that is a mistake, even if it's a failure, we have thus charted a path that we know this road leads to ruin. Or this road requires us to achieve these other technological leaps before we can do it, you know? So, it's still worthwhile. And again, I believe that Outer Wilds could still stand poised to be such a leap forward that people follow eventually. It can be. We don't know yet if it is, because you never know until in hindsight. Just as we mentioned what is considered a classic, what is considered high art, what is canonized as important to a medium when it comes to art. We just don't know until it has had the effect that we thought it might. We need to wait. We cannot know. It's impossible to know. Nobody knows. Trust me. Literature scientists, movie critics, music reviewers, everyone has tried to bottle or Nostradamus their way to an understanding that where they can essentially foresee that this musician or this writer or this movie maker is going to revolutionize the industry, or there's going to be an after and a before, an after and a before of their work. But we don't know. We don't know until it's happened. Let's see your Spooky. It's such a well-contained experience. It's hard to imagine something like it in a different game. It's one of those beautiful things where the game has been structured in concert with the mechanics. It all fits together, right? It's not story tacked on to a game mechanic. Both of these things have sort of evolved through and with each other in a way that is absolutely beautiful. It's gorgeous. And it's mostly prevalent in gaming, considering that gaming's story and mechanics, and specifically gaming as an art form or as a medium, those two things stands the furthest apart. Not exclusively. Take, for example, House of Leaves. Mark Danielewski plays around a lot with format and storytelling in literature, but mostly literature is written in a specific way, music is delivered in a specific way. It's not like we take music intravenously, for example. Not yet, at least. While in gaming, how we interact with that world and what the story of that world tells, those two things can be widely separated if done incorrectly. And you kind of need to match those. You need to put them parallel to one another. Let's see here, Fennec. Agreed. And it's a game you can only play once, so it tends to stick with you. You can't scratch that itch again. You can never go home. Canonized art and literature had centuries to become canonized. Exactly, Spooky. Definitely. And let us not forget the progress curve. Absolutely. It's funny that you... Look, Spooky, it's funny that you say that. That is echoing what the conversation we had like 2 hours ago. Because we got into that. We got into that starting to talk about genre. And it's kind of snowballed a bit. But yeah, you're absolutely correct. To make long story short, and I'm not going to get into that diatribe again, or not. It's not a diatribe because it's not two people, it's a monologue. I'm not going to get into that monologue again, on this stream at least. I will probably get into it again eventually. Hey chat, I don't know where to go. I doth not know where to go. I don't know how to get into the Ash Twin project. I don't know how to get to the Sun Station. You don't need to go anywhere. God damn it. Go that way. Hi, Vesper! How you doing? Yeah, right. That way. Which is that way? It's space. I can't even go north. I can't go left. There's no left in space, Vesper. To your point, I might suggest you take a moment to inventory what questions you still want to answer and what your goal is to help guide you. That's good. That's good guidance. Go all directions simultaneously. So what black hole? Again. Second star to the right. That's a good one. So there are 4 options for us. We have Black Hole Forge in Brittle Hollow to look for a warp core that we could put into the vessel. There's a warp core there, supposedly. But that staircase is broken to the point where we can't reach it reasonably. I don't have a strategy for us getting onto or into the Black Hole Forge. If it's something that I've missed getting to that might be a hey chat. The other warp core is in Ash Twin Project. I don't know how to get into Ash Twin Project yet, because it seems to be self-encompassed. I want to get to the Sun Station. Supposedly there's a way to land on it, but we've tried and it's hard, really fucking hard. And there's supposed to be another way to get on it. I don't know that other way. Maybe the Ash Twin Project? And then there's the quantum moon. Trying to reach the quantum moon, supposedly on Solanum's shuttle. But I don't know how to hit the quantum moon with Solanum's shuttle. So those are the 4 different paths that I can perceive right now in the game. Let's see if any. I will say I think you know how to get to the sun station, at least at a high level. But I've already forgotten. I suggest looking at the flow in the computer that leads to the
I don't
sun
even know what
station.
your name is,
Oh,
bud.
thank you for the follow, Spooky. Hopefully you're gonna enjoy our weird conversations and the games that we play. Oh shit, we hit the follower goal. 220 motherfuckers.
Doing terrific.
You're doing terrific. Thank you. Thank you, Letterkenny. No one can hear that one. But the follower goal is still. There we go. Everyone can hear that.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations!
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Oh no. Are you spamming it now? Oh.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations!
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations!
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Damn it.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations!
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations!
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Are we done? Are we done? Is it done? Is it finished? Is it secret? Is it safe? 200 coins was a mistake. Nah, it's the best fucking thing. Sir the Hurdeberdigard, sir the word, stir the Purdyhurderd, there's the Purdyword, stir the Purdyword, to the Purdyword, stir the Purdyword, stir the Purdyword, there's the Purdyword, there's the safely worded Lord, from the stun the stir the stir, from the arst the turd of the word. Stir the Purdyword, it's just the bird, right to there, lid. Bird of her, stare the bird, right to the bird, turd, or red the bird, wish the bird, where the bird alert, just the stir the bird herd, where the herd, sure the bird. I bet my neighbors think I'm having a fucking stroke. Am I late? Hi, Kang. Well, a little bit. We got another 30 minutes left or some such. She just needed thinking Swedish. I guess. What I really needed to do was think like Swedish chef. Okay, so from Ash Twin, there's supposed to be a way to get on. Oh, shittles. The other boy is in the way. Oh, so smooth. Just kissed it. Just kissed the planet. Ooh. Kang? No, I don't use any websites. They're shit. And it's not me creating it if I used other websites. I have too much fun naming stuff. It was the biggest letdown for me. You been to the water planet yet? Yes. That certainly was a letdown for me personally. That was really cool, but that is just up. I can't go anywhere from there. How the fuck do I get out of this station? NPC said there was going to be a sea monster, it was just water. Yeah, right? Someone mentioned something about a tentacle. Now, I'm pretty happy that I didn't find tentacle personally, but yeah, a little bit. But no, we had some fun times at Giant's Deep. I was certainly freaked out by it. We did that last stream, right? I think we did. But there's been a lot. I mean, pretty much almost every planet, or most of the planets or planetoids, had some kind of what the fuck moment for us, I believe. That is also an uppie. I wish I could switch direction on those things. I let my cat name things. He'll just sit on the keyboard and let edit into that name. Oh, you have heard about the story of the nature photographer who let a macaque take a selfie with his camera, and now he does not have copyright on that picture because technically he didn't take it, the macaque did. And since macaques can't have ownership rights, copyrights, then that picture belongs to everyone. Nobody has copyright of it. It's one of the only pictures in human history that actually doesn't have any copyright to it. Is that a real thing? What are we doing now? We're trying to find a way into Ash Twin Project. If it's true, it absolutely sounds apocryphal. Absolutely. Anecdotal as all hell. I can only tell you, Fennec, that we use that in journalism studies as an example for how copyright laws work with taking pictures. So that was a student example. I believe it's true. I believe it has actual judicial documentation around it. So I think it is true, yeah. I've seen the picture. I haven't seen the legal documents myself about the copyright claim to it, but I have seen the picture at least. How the fuck am I supposed to navigate this bullshit? There we go. Oh damn, I looked it up. It is true. Just because it has its own wiki doesn't necessarily mean it's true, but I mean, yes, it is. I think it is. I don't know how. I thought we already checked Dash Twin. Apparently I'm fucking wrong, but you know, I thought we checked it still. Oh shit. Sand's coming. Sandy's coming! Is she coming on me? She's missing me. Sandy's just missing me, right? Yeah, she's just missing me. Summer fling won't mean a thing, whoa, whoa. When the sand rushes off, walla, 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 boom. Tell me more, was she greedy, was she greedy down below? Tell me more, tell me more. That's cursed. Should pay the macaque royalties into fund for his case, yeah. So glad no one is spoiling. Yeah, Spooky, we generally have a... On the channel, of course, people could fuck it up. But generally on the channel, we have a strict hate chat. Hate chat rule. If I say hate chat, you are permitted to assist, but again, be gentle with how you assist. Of course, you mean, mileage may vary whether or not people actually do that, but people seem to, we play games that people tend to respect in that way. So it usually works fine. However, I will spoil the shit out of anything that I play. Because I kind of have to if I'm to talk about it. If we're supposed to do literary analysis of a thing, we need to be able to talk about it. So, Now I don't know anything about the game, so of course I can't really do anything spoilery about it. But when I do play games that I have played previously, I will spoil the shit out of it as we play it. It's sort of a, you know, part of the process, as it were. One reason why Fennec, for example, rushed through Bramble before we got a chance to play it. But yeah, I hold chat accountable to a strict spoiler diet. Most Outer Wilds fans are good about not spoiling. Yeah, I figured as much, right? Because when people love a game like this, like it's for the same way when people love the Freebird games, right? They just want people to have that good, well, generally want people to have that good experience. And if they're watching a channel that plays it, they want to be able to re-experience that experience. Re-experience that experience. Good pros there, streamer. Book vicariously through the streamer, right? So it's in their self-interest not to spoil anything. It's an immensely spoilable game. I guess it is. But again, people who have played it to completion, I think, care enough about it, you know? It's one of those things. This game is absolutely not for everyone, but for those who have enjoyed it, they will respect it. The same with the Freebird games, right? Freebird, I think, is a good analogy in that regard with this game. Also another game series that we need to replay to get a clean cut for the YouTube archives. And I'm glad that you enjoy seeing me fub around and then just getting it eventually, hopefully. I hope it's not terribly frustrating to see me just flail like I am. I feel like I am currently. I feel like I'm fucking it up right now, for example. There are certain parts of this game that I just don't feel like I'm getting. I wish I could turn this around. I wish I could turn back the elevator. I wish I could find my way inside this pillar thingamajig. But alas, I can't. You're doing great. Thank you, Vesper. I like to think that I'm doing fairly well. There are certain things that I feel like I'm grinding my head against the brick wall here. For example, this thing, Ash Twin. I do feel frustrated about it. The reason why this game is so good is because it mirrors our solar system. I wouldn't say that's the reason. I could see it as a reason, but I would definitely not say it's the reason. I haven't really thought about it, but I guess it kind of does. In a way. Makes us ponder frailty of our existence. Yeah, we have mirrors, bunny ears on that one as well. I see it though, right? Ember twins being Mercury and Venus. Timber Hearth being our planet. Giant Steep being sort of Uranus, I suppose, or Jupiter, I guess, with the big storm. Definitely bunny ears, but not an irrelevant observation yet, though, right? There is something to it, and we can't really discount. We should really discount. I thought we did this place. I thought we've been around here and looked at all the different towers along the sandy path. And we've just concluded that we did it all. We didn't find any hidden passages. Oh, you think this is a fun one? Am I like a clown? Am I here to amuse you? The only puzzly thing here that I can grasp is the timing on the... Yeah, as you were saying, streamer. You were saying, streamer? Uh-huh. What was that now, streamer? You said something about, there's another one of these. Oh, okay, I think I see it. There's another one of those. But I think that tower entrance is locked behind cacti. Oh my god. Really? Did I just... That kind of fucking pisses me off, actually. That makes me kind of fucking angry.
Congratulations! Congratulations! Congratulations!
Congratulations.
Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Congratulations.
Oh my god.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations!
Congratulations.
Congratulations!
You fucking assholes. Did that really happen? Oh my god, now it's coming.
Congratulations!
Congratulations.
Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations!
Congratulations.
Congratulations! 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 Congratulations!
Congratulations.
Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations!
Congratulations.
Congratulations!
You fucking monster.
Congratulations! 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 Congratulations!
Congratulations.
Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations!
Congratulations.
Congratulations!
Oh my god.
Congratulations! Congratulations! Congratulations!
Congratulations.
Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations!
Congratulations.
Congratulations!
Unfortunate.
And just a little unfortunate snuck in there. Is a little... Because then we get another...
Congratulations! Congratulations! Congratulations!
Congratulations.
Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations!
Congratulations.
Congratulations!
J.P.S. be like disable that sound alert. No. I made my bed. I will sleep in it. Okay, this is how we get to the black hole forge, but we need to lower it first. But this is how we do the thing. Okay, so Ashtrain Project is the teleportation chambers, right? We actually read about that. Okay, so each of those little towers, that black hole port, is a port to somewhere in the system. Fantastic. And this was the brittle hollow one. This will get us to the black hole forge, but we need to lower the black hole forge first. Let's explore here for a bit first, though. Okay. Look at this last minute progress. Yeah, we're not going to be able to milk this for all it's worth. You're going to have to wait until next week for this. Charged. Okay. Are all of these things warp points? I guess they are. Interesting. Fascinating. But we would need to lower this first. I wonder if we can make time for... kinda, maybe. I'm gonna read this shit first, though. Be cautious near the boarding area while the Black Force is in operation. Okay. Do we have slate? We have no slate. There has been no slate. I don't dare jump here. Holy shit. Did the bottle escapades not teach you if he's in for a penny, he's in for a pound? Yeah. Dude, I will stick to my guns, man. I will not let it be said that I skimp on whatever I say I'm gonna do. Oh, this is interesting. Did you beep? Ding. Those are the staircases. Let's take a little look-see, shall we? First off. Exit surface, but that doesn't seem like the thing that we want to do. Alright, so we have a way to the Black Forge. Black Hole Oh, this is uncomfortable. What are you doing? No, me, I dip. Wee-hoo, fuck me, Jesus. Oh.
Congratulations! Congratulations! Congratulations!
Congratulations.
Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations!
Congratulations.
Congratulations!
See, this is the thing that we needed to do first. We need to lower that, or raise it, or whatever the fuck. And then... But you know what? Let's see if we actually have time to do this. What is the fastest way to get here? It is through the shuttle, right? I think the shuttle is the fastest way to get here. Let's see if we can manage to get this done before stream's over. Yeah, but the whole brother. Oh, I've been jumping into holes so goddamn much, Bookie, you don't even know. We love holes here on this channel. You just wait until we play Signalis again, and you will see us jump in holes. So goddamn much.
Oh no, he died!
No, I didn't die, I just meditated a little bit. Really? What, really that we love jumping into holes? Or really that we're gonna play Signalis? Look, I played Signalis, I think the 1st October when I was streaming. And then last October, I think me and Finnick Twitch, our good buddy the Cosmology Scholar, played it. And he hadn't played it before. So you got, the first time around, we got to see him getting hear him getting the first experience of it. This Halloween, I've been wanting to do a proper Signalis run for a long while. Like a proper analytical run of it. Because the first time, I was agog by it. Second time, I had a friend who was all agog about it. The third time is the charm, and we're going to play through it, and we're going to analyze it. We're going to treat it proper. It's going to come up, somewhere October-ish, I think. But yeah, I absolutely want to do a proper clean cut of Signalis. I love that game. I love it to bits, man. I genuinely thought this game was all pew death, but it turns out I had mistaken it for the Outer Worlds. Oh yeah, big diff. Those are not the same things at all. Not even a little bit. I mean, their names are kind of similar. I get that. What game again? The Outer Worlds. It's the Obsidian Space New Vegas. They came out the same year too? Wow, yeah. That scans, then. Yeah, I never finished it. It felt... It was too pew-pewy, I felt. I never finished it. And not as freeform either as I would have wanted a space sim like that. I don't know. I just never finished it. The writing was good though. I remember that. Well, oh shit, let's be gentle here because fuck this place. Why do we keep coming back here? Chat, why do we keep coming back here? Why do I keep doing this to myself? Fucking hate this planet. I hate it. I hate it. They even cross-referenced each other. That's pretty fucking cool meta. That's really cool. I hated Brittle Hollow at first, but honestly, in retrospect, it might be my favorite. Yeah, I mean, but even so, isn't it... Let me assume that it's your favorite to hate. It's one of those relationships where you just, yeah, I hate being here, but I love that you exist, kind of thing. And then we need to get out of Brittle Hollow too. I don't think we can take this route. Outer Worlds is a good RPG. Yeah, wouldn't argue against that, Spooky. I just didn't jam with it, really. I should say I didn't jam with it enough to stick to it, which is true for a lot of games. I still haven't finished Skyrim for fucking out loud, you know? I played so much Skyrim and I still haven't finished it. Over the past, what, 20 years? No, 50 years. Not extraordinary, however. Yeah, it's no New Vegas. This is a really cool idea and I love the art direction of it. There's interesting mechanics and locations, yes. I don't think anyone finished Skyrim, that's fair. You would expect something like that from Kanan Boyarsky. Are those the writers? I don't know the name of the writers, but I understand it's the same production team as New Vegas, right? The Obsidian team? Okay, so here we are. Now we are in a position to lower the thing. We just also need to get back, which is a problem. I don't know how to effectively get back quickly, is the thing, right? There's a hole somewhere over there that brings us up to the surface, I think. Let's go with that. I just want to do this before we finish for tonight, because I do need to finish. Not early, because we're past past that point of no return real well, but you know, in decent time, because I do have a test tomorrow coming up. It's not a hard test, but I still need to do it, you know. Let's see here. They made Fallout 1 and 2. Arcanum. Oh, Arcanum. Oh, that's such a cool game. I didn't finish it either. Vampire Bloodlines. You naming Spooky, you're name dropping a lot of things that have come up on the channel. I'm absolutely old school enough to have played Fallout 1 and 2 back in the day. I also played Arcanum. I really liked Arcanum. Never finished it either. I never played Vampire Bloodlines, but I have seen the entirety of it. And people keep name dropping Vampire Bloodlines. That's something that maybe we should play here. My best friend is obsessed with Bloodlines. There we go. But I did kind of look forward to Bloodlines 2 coming out, but it seems like that's stuck in development hell. So, unfortunately, there's still no Vampire the Masquerade for me. It seems like. No Vampire the Masquerade for me. I think it's hard to argue that any game is the best game ever, unless you're talking about Transport Tycoon, because that's God's perfect game. Man, I should try to get my buddy back on and do another long gib of Transport Tycoon, OpenTTD again. It's been a while. I mean, the guy has family, right? He's got a little kid, so... I remember getting mocked by the girl I had a crush on in 7th grade biology class because I was reading a Fallout 1 guide during breaks. Still not over that one. Oh, oof. Core memory unlocked. Core trauma unlocked. Yep, I can see that. Man, do you remember the days when games actually had manuals that you brought to school to just sort of immerse yourself in? What a nerd! Yeah, really, right? That's again, core trauma unlocked. Ah, fuck! Boom, bonk. Fucking loved reading manuals for like Prime guides and stuff like that. Yeah, me too. I had the most beautiful guide for Link to the Past. I still have it somewhere. I don't think I have it in this apartment. I think I have it upstate with my kids' stuff. But it's a big, thick book, illustrated with story and shit. It's so fucking beautiful. Oh, it's such a good guide. Oh, I love that to bits. It's a historical fucking object, this one. Hey, Warpax! Hey, buddy! Always late to the party. You are, dude. We are just kind of rushing to a thing. But you know that they say, hello, my friend. Dude, hi, buddy. I hope you're doing well. I want to play Helldivers with you soon. Or just deal drugs with you, for that matter. We could do that too. Okay, let's go. No, not the sun, please. And thank you. Zelda had amazing guides because they needed a place to put the lore since the game itself didn't have the memory to contain it. Like, yeah, I mean, sounds like being facetious, but yeah, just yes. Okay, are they on our side? They are on our side. Great. Then we can be a little bit careful still. Oh, you had a Morrowind? Oh, meta. We've been playing Morrowind actually, not that long ago on the channel. We still need to do that as a bonus thing to finish off the Tribunal Temple run we were doing, talking about constructing religion in a fantasy setting. We still need to do that. Okay, we're not gonna do the teleportation that has the spikes. Which was it we were doing to get to... I mean, I don't remember. I don't remember which one it was. It should have symbols, right? It should have some way to mark it. Black hole sun, won't you come and wash away my tears? Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you come? I want the Oblivion remake, but at the same time my potato couldn't run it. Oblivion was my least favorite of the Elder Scrolls games, so I'm not psyched about the remake at all, unfortunately. I will be psyched if that engine remake will be used to make a graphical update for New Vegas. That would be hot. Because it's the same engine, right? Oblivion ran on the same engine as New Vegas, I think. But I did not like... I mean, I played a lot of Oblivion, don't get me wrong, but of the 3 Elder Scrolls games that I played a lot of, that is to say Morrowind first, and then Oblivion and Skyrim, Oblivion is my least favorite. My favorite is Morrowind. Let's see here, Warpacks, all good. A lot of not sitting on my computer lately, but I'm down for some HD when there's time. Yeah, I hear you, bud. I mean, it's having kids, right? And work and stuff. Took me 10 minutes to load shaders on 4090. Dude, my computer is such an old workhorse. I'm getting scared that it will break one of these days, but so far it's just trucking along like a fucking champ. I agree, it was the worst of the next-gen Elder Scrolls games, but it's still alright. Yeah, I mean, yes. I mean, saying that it's the worst of that generation of Elder Scrolls games is still an Elder Scrolls game, you know? But I'm very much not excited, it turns out, for the Oblivion remake. And I'm not happy about them releasing it for... It's not quite AAA gaming price, but, you know, it's not that. Which tower was it? I wish it had proper markers. Maybe it does. But the remake is hella good. Is it? The Oblivion one? Did they fix level scaling? Because that was my biggest issue with Oblivion. Mechanically speaking. That it was, again, skill-wise and stuff, dumbed down from Morrowind. I guess that's just something that you have to live with, but... I think it is that one. Oh, poor guys. Oh, which tower is this then? That's also oh shit. Baby's coming. I think this is the one that we want. It's the one that I want. Yeah, $50 is a decent chunk, but at least they included all the DLCs and didn't try to milk it more. The horse armor? They included the horse armor? Huh. So Bethesda fucked the Skyblivion team. The question is, will they fuck the Skywind team? I hope not. Yeah, I heard I read an official release on Twitter, of all the places for official releases, from the mod team that they said thank you so much for this thing. So apparently they like it, or someone there liked it, but... This is not the right place, right? This is Timberhearth, right? This is Timberhearth, so it's the next one. Yes, it's the next one. It's the next tower. Okay, they come in order. Right, right, right. They come in order. All right. So this is the Timber Hearth one. So the next one is going to be... Oh shit, ads are coming up. Chat, tough. Live through it. Yeah, just down the drain. Yeah, nice cope. Yeah, might be. My ship's gone. He took my ship. My ship's gone. No, it's... He's putting it down. He's putting it down gently. Gentle. Gentle. I hope he didn't break it. Please don't break it. No, he's taking it again. No, stop taking my ship. Ow! Oh, well. In for a penny, in for a pound, I suppose. Look at that poor bugger. Oh, my ship. He took my ship. Okay, so the towers resemble the planets. Yeah. This resembles Brittle Hollow with the tectonic plates. Yeah, I got it. I mean, they got what they were hoping to have, but at the same time, so much work ends up being not just made obsolete, but co-opted. Yeah, it's a bit of a shitty move. Better to just subsume the team, take it into Bethesda to make the work. To just give them more resources to do the exact same thing, but proprietary code and all that, I suppose. Thought they gave them all copies and encouraged them to finish the project. Yeah, but encouraging them to finish a project that is made obsolete by Bethesda's own thing, it's just a bit of a situation, you know. But then again, maybe modders should be wary of making graphical updates to games like that, considering how gaming companies like to do that themselves these days. Who needs a ship? Okay, so this should be it. This should be it. I just really want... Look, maybe an update for Morrowind, exclusively a graphical update for Morrowind. Maybe I'd be interested in. More so, I'm interested in, again, a graphical update for New Vegas. I would love the shit out of that. Okay, here we go. This should be it. Black Hole Forge, won't you come to wash away the tears? Black Hole Forge, I'll step on you. Come over here for steppies. Okay. Unfortunately, ads are running, but you know, tough, I guess. Wait, steppy? There we go. That is a statue. Another statue. I thought it was just 3 functional. That would be the 4th one. We don't know it's functional yet, I suppose. Okay, where am I taking this first black hole core? Where am I taking the remaining cores once they're ready? All of the warp towers are being constructed on Ash Twin, so the black hole cores will go there. My gratitude. In that case, Poke, Clary, I'm leaving for delivery. I'll send Yarrow your regards. Poke, I'll return with the forge shortly. I'm going to catch up to Root and help him deliver the first core to Ash Twin, just to make sure that Yarrow receives it. Of course you are. The white hole cores are for the warp receivers. Each of the 6 receivers are being constructed at different locations, so those deliveries will be a greater pain in your cervical spine. Pain in your ass. That's, again, funny mistranslation thing. That's good. The tower designs of the High Energy Lab on Ember Twin reveal each receiver's location. Ask Yarrow. He's familiar with them. Okay, so that's the indication of the mapping. Okay. We are figuring this shit out. Of note, Yarrow believes that he spotted a flaw in the warp tower design, namely that one of the warp towers on Ash Twin will never activate because his warp receiver will never align overhead. Oh, interesting. That's the 6th location, is it? Does your romantic interest think a warp tower's alignment point is its receiver? Does it not know that the warp tower always aligns with the center of its corresponding astral body? That isn't an unreasonable belief, given the receiver does have to be located on or in close orbit the relevant astral body. Seems to recall that it was your understanding of warp technology at first. No, Yarrow understands the distinction. He likely doesn't realize the hourglass twins are so close together they function as a single astral body, with a shared alignment point between them. I don't think that's important information. It's interesting information. Oh, here we go. Oh, it tells us when we're aligned. Okay. Regarding the warp towers and ash twin, does each tower have to be perfectly aligned to the center of the astral body to which it's tuned? I enjoy precision as much as the next Nomai, but if, for example, the tower's base were to shift even slightly, that tower might no longer align with this astral body. More accurately, I enjoy precision as much as the next Nomai, provided the next Nomai is not poke. That's pretty funny. We don't need to alignment angle to be exact. It only needs to be within 5 degrees of the astral body's center. Of note, this gives a slightly longer warp window. I imagine this window will last roughly several seconds. As such, any Nomai stepping into the warp platform during an active window will be immediately warped. We will need to be careful around the platform for the duration of the time it's active to avoid accidental transportation. Okay. Is that it? It could be. It might be. I think it might be it. Okay, so there's no stuff here. Oh! Projection stone. Do we have anywhere to put this? I don't think we do. Okay, so we did the Black Hole Forge. It feels very nice. Very nice that we had some progression today. And we have good progression. Now we know how to do all the thingies. The thingy stuffies. I have good news, Yarrow. The advanced warp core is ready to be installed in the central chamber of Ash Twin. I'm intrigued, love. Everyone here working on the Ash Twin project is excited to see it. Pi is beside herself with joy. No, it isn't. Is everything well at the forge? The core's durability could still be improved. We need more time. Don't worry, love. Poke is only nervous. The core is extraordinary, and her design work is beautifully clever. Ignore her, Yarrow. The core is finished, and my sister tells you otherwise. Then she will be finished as well. Okay. Interesting, curious. So let's go zoomy. Over back here. Oh, this. Oh, this is inside Ash Twin. We should have gotten that. Should have gotten that. Right. I mean, it's a symbol. Or it could be Ember Twin. Either case, one of the twins. So the whole storage device chamber is inside there. Okay. Yeah, it makes sense. Makes perfect sense. Everything is fine. We're in the home stretch now. Unfortunately, we have topped 10 o'clock here, so I will have to sign off. But yes, man, it feels like, you've been kind of constipated for a while, and you finally take that good shit, and you feel your whole body just feels like kind of like that. Really good experience, for me, at least. Okay, yeah, we're putting this together. This is fantastic. That's this game in a nutshell. You feel so stuck, and then all of a sudden a few things happen, and it just sort of opens up. Yeah. I guess that's what you get from getting such a splintered narration of events, right? Because we have encountered these symbols before in this same sort of constellation, but we just didn't have context enough to understand it. And now finally we have enough context behind it. We remember enough of the scattered Nomai conversations, or littered around the solar system, to put everything in perspective and sort of get it. And it kind of almost feels a little bit frustrating that, oh my god, it took me this long to understand that this was the relationship. But again, this specific slate and this specific perspective was the first one we encountered while we were playing the game, right? Have a good night, Spooky. No problem. Hopefully I'll see you again on this our little literary channel, where we try to apply literary criticism to the games that we play. Next game, once we're done with Outer Wilds, it's going to be Dark Souls 2.
Poetry in motion.
Warpax, what do you want to hear? So happy to have you here, Spooky. Hopefully you will continue to show up and enjoy the programming. Also, Spooky, if you've gone or if you haven't gone, Sunday. Sunday is an important one. Sunday's going to be real cool. I think I clipped my favorite quote from you yet. Oh yeah, Meta? Oh, I'm going to enjoy that, looking at that once we're done. Spooky, Sunday, 1700 hours Central European time to 9. I will be joined by my good buddy, the cosmology scholar, who is a prospective doctor of religious studies and intertextual work in gaming and mythology. He's gonna bring a friend along, an associated professor in Nordic folklore, and we're gonna be finishing up Ramble. That's gonna be really fucking cool. Hope we'll discuss Herman Melville next time. Maybe not next time, because next time we're gonna be discussing John Bauer, if anything. So Sunday is gonna be really cool. I just wanted to mention that before you ran away, because we are going to get into the outro here. Warpax wants sad. I mean, we did read a sad one earlier. Let's see if I can find something else. Is this one good? Let me see. I did something dumb and I didn't miss it. Oh, sorry. Touch mic. I think this might be a good one. This is a Wordsworth one. Now, for you guys who were around previous during the poetry reading, this is more aligned with how I want my poetry to be structured. It's William Wordsworth. William Wordsworth, I think, is a 19th century poet, somewhere around there, I believe. 1770 to 1850. Make of that what you will. The Tennyson era of poetry. So let's take a look at it. She was a Phantom of Delight by William Wordsworth. She was a phantom of delight when first she gleamed upon my sight, a lovely apparition sent to be a moment's ornament. Her eyes the stars of twilight fair, like twilight's too her dusky hair. But all things else about her drawn from Maytime and the cheerful dawn. A dancing shape, an image gay, to haunt, to startle, and waylay. I saw her upon a nearer view, a spirit, yet a woman too. Her household motions light and free, and steps of virgin liberty, a countenance in which did meet sweet records, promises as sweet. A creature not too bright or good for humans' nature's daily food, for transient sorrows, simple wiles, praise, blame, love, kisses, tears, and smiles. And now I see with eyes serene the very pulse of the machine, a being breathing thoughtful breath, a traveller tween life and death. The reason firm, the temperate will, endurance, foresight, strength, and skill. A perfect woman, nobly planned, to warn, to comfort, and command. And yet a spirit still and bright, with something of angelic light. Actually, not quite sad. I'm gonna do a mulligan on that one. Have I read Heart of Darkness by Joseph Conrad? Where the fuck is it? Where the fuck is it? I have such a good copy of that book, dude. You don't even know. Shit. I'm gonna do a mulligan on that, Warpax. Let me just find my fucking Heart of Darkness. Where the fuck are you, buddy? Where are you hiding? You're here somewhere. I haven't put you somewhere else. I cannot possibly have put you somewhere else. Where the fuck are you? Come out, wherever you are. There we go. There we go. Now, the cover paper is not that fucking fancy. It's pretty standard. But, beneath, you have this beautifully old-fashioned bound copy. You can't really tell, I think, but the front cover here, no, you can't. I can't get light on it enough, I think. No, I can't. It is embossed by... Is it his initials? No, it's not. I don't even know what his initials are. B. I don't know what that is. Oh, it's probably the yeah, it's Barnes and Noble Classics. But you know what the most beautiful thing is, and also this is difficult for me to show. Can you see how the papers are uneven here? They are in fact hand cut. Look at those. The paper quality on this is absolutely fucking bizarre. I think this might be artisanal paper that is hand cut, not machine cut. And it's got this uneven feel to it. I fucking love this book to bits. I think this edition is absolutely gorgeous. Now, that being said, I'm not a big fan of the book itself. It has problems, structural and thematic wise. But I mean, it's been influential. It's absolutely a classic. But the quality of this piece of literature, the quality of the binding and the printing of this piece of literature, I love that one. Actually, oh my fucking god, he actually has the hard copy. I love those pages. Tiny touch that really enhances the experience. It really does. Okay, War Packs. I'm gonna do a mulligan on this one because I know another one. Let's just do this one then. I thought that was gonna be sadder. Let me scroll to it. Where the fuck are you? There we go. This is another weird one that's available in weird places. The Milky Way by Barbara Juster Espenson. Also a little bit of a modernist takeaway. 2 for 1, thank you. No problem, buddy. Speaking of Outer Wilds, who spilled these stars across the sky like sparkling dust, like clouds of light? They pour their milky shine into the deep black bowl above their heads, white, glittering, too many to count. Reason why I bring this up for a sad one is the implications of it. It has creationist implication. It is someone who spilled these stars across the sky. This sounds like Ayn Rand. It's like from 1995, my guy. So it's much later. But it serves to suggest it served to suggest a creationist perspective. But I mean, as a sort of in a polemic with the creationist myth of religion. But it doesn't enter into polemic with religion in the way that we're used to, that no, it's all, random molecules bumping uglies together and just sort of pumping out a creation haphazardly. It seems to suggest almost that we are not a natural accident, we are a creationist accident. Maybe because it's a woman. I would think that I would not dare to suggest that Ayn Rand ever wrote anything typical of women. But here we have, look, we generally fight between the ideas of either creationism, we have this all-knowing, all-powerful God that just sort of, tailor-made creation for us. And on the other hand, we have absolute chaos. We only have entropy and enthalpy working hand in hand, and things just sort of happening in the demarcation between them. We never really tell the story of, let's assume that there is a creative will behind creation, behind the universe, behind the stars, but that our creation is essentially a spilled saucer of milk. That we are an accident. That we are essentially sperm in a sock in the drawer of divinity. The mundanity and the travesty of our creation being a sort of a whoopsie, a cosmic, cosmological, divine whoopsie, that would seem to suggest that whatever creative will would be behind it is sort of embarrassed about the fact that they sort of whoops it into creation. Do you agree with Abrahamic literature? Not regularly, no. Spooky. I have a big bone to pick with monotheism, but most religions. But specifically monotheism. As will be made apparent. On Sunday it will be made apparent, I'm sure. But I just, there's something hollowing about that implication. And also the question of, we're standing here in that spillage of milk, who spilled these stars across the sky. Looking up and just, who did this? There is such tremendous despair in that. Why would you do this? Why would you make this? And we know that it's spilt, right? It's not created, it's not manufactured, it's not intended. It is accidental. You spill something accidentally, generally speaking. And imagine that all the beauty that we have manufactured, or that creation has caused, and all the ugliness too, all the horror, all the pain, all the hate, all the despair, all of it, and all the beauty and the marvel and the fascination associated with it too, all of that is not just an accident of entropy, but it's an accident of clumsiness. I would find that tremendously fucking sad. It is the cosmic version of the Raul Julia monologue from Street Fighter, right? I'm sure that the day that M. Bison graced your village was the foundational moment in your life. Everything thereafter was shaped by my presence in your little life. But you see, I cannot recall, because for me it was Tuesday. Or some such to that effect. I'm paraphrasing. But it's essentially that, but Raul Julia in that scene is essentially God. It's like, I don't remember. I was just walking along and I spilled my chocolate milk. Sorry, I guess. Were you thankful? No? Oh, well. Whoops. And imagine that, how absolutely destructive such a realization would be for people who, believe in a god, as it were. I love this poem. I love it to bits, and I think it's tremendously fucking sad. Well, let's see. Let me catch up with chat for a little bit. Let's see here, Fennec. It's interesting to me that it also separates the stars from the emptiness of space, deep black ball above their heads. Instead of coexisting, it's like the stars are an intermediate layer. It's reminiscent in a way then of, the old cosmological astronomical idea, but an inverse of that almost. The Greeks thought that the firmament, the blackness, was a cover, and I believe that Greeks ran with this theory, at least, that the firmament was the blackness, the darkness, the cover, the bowl, and the stars were breaks and holes poked in that bowl, in that firmament, where the divine light came through. I believe this also sort of seeped into Aristotelian philosophy and thus into early Christian mythology, as it were, very early Christian mythology. But there was a lot of overlap there for the first few centuries of Christianity. Let's see here, Spooky. Have you ever looked back? Have you read Paradise Lost by John Milton? Yes, I have. I also have that here. Fuck, Jesus Christ, Spooky. Name any book and Lindberg has a collector's edition. No, I don't. You're just you're absolutely hitting the mark tonight. That's all. Your views remind me of nihilism, common among German philosophers. Spooky, you will find, if you keep with the channel, you will find that, yes, to some extent, but we talk a lot about postmodernism here on the channel, unfortunately, unavoidably. And yeah, I guess I am, but I am also of the school, what I call the Douglas Adams school of nihilism. That is not an official school, I think, but it's what I call the Douglas Adams version of nihilism, where the lack of inherent meaning to the universe just means that you can put whatever meaning you want, and that is empowering. That is not something to feel despair towards. It's not something to crumble before. It is something to be empowered by. And you can choose the meaning of your life. You can choose the meaning of your existence. But that is still, in essence, theoretically nihilism. Yeah, well, do you have any Goosebumps books? I don't, Fennec. I don't. I don't have all books. I don't have an apartment big enough for it. I like it. I translate it differently. Maybe it's about people that die for whatever reason and why. Yeah, I mean, that's the beautiful thing about poetry, right? You can read into it whatever you want. Absolutely do that. You have all of them. Yeah, I feel bad about showing them. But you know what, chat? You know what we're doing? We are... What do we do here? Right, we're in here. I don't want to be here anymore. Can we? I don't want to be here anymore. There we go. We need to end the stream. Is there anything? There's nothing new on that. Okay, we did everything we needed to do here, which means that unfortunately we're gonna have to do this because it's late and we're running over, as we always do, most often do. But I am gonna leave off on this beautiful score that we got in the menu screen. Sitting next to the Animorph collection. Look, Animorphs is a joke. That's a meme to me. We never had them here in Scandinavia, but Desert Buzz does a lot of fun jokes about the Animorphs, quizzes and stuff, and thus I know about the Animorphs. Profoundly strange book series, as I understand it. Not bad, necessarily. Will you put out any book I named? No, probably not. I will pull out any book that you name that I own and have at my disposal. But that is not any book. I bet you dollars to donuts it's not any book. But you got 2 for 2. I mean, you mentioned Ayn Rand. Where the fuck are you? Somewhere around here. That's James Joyce. That's not Ayn Rand. I'm sure I have her. There we go. You did mention Ayn Rand. So, This is a thick one, by the way. This is not a good book. This is not a good book. I will not recommend Ayn Rand. Besides, Objectivism is... Holy shit, that's a horror show. That's a real fucking horror show. But we need to tie the stream together. Like, is that 3 for 3? You didn't technically mention Atlas Shrugged. No Fountainhead. I haven't actually read Fountainhead, no. Unfollowed and unblocked. Yeah. I haven't actually read Fountainhead. And I'm not in any... I don't feel any pressing desire to read more Ayn Rand. It's enough to have read Atlas Shrugged and slogged through that fucking brick. Or for that matter, partly having played BioShock and also known people who have Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged on their nightstand as if it was the Bible. I shit you not. People who considered it holy scripture. Not my favorite kind of people. Literally the worst people. I don't like hyperbole. They could be, if I made a ranking. If I made any ranking, I think that person would be somewhere around there. But I'm sure there are worse people. Technically. How to save your kid from Ayn Rand. BioShock, I suppose. Anyways, we need to round this off. Jeebus. Chat, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Stick around because we do have cool information coming up First off, though, I want to tell you all what we do here. Thank you for joining us on this here little channel where we try to apply literary criticism to the games that we play. That is to say that we do close reading, structuralist analysis, deconstruction, anything that we can really get our hands on to try to make sense of not necessarily what the story is of a game, although we kind of have to at certain games, like Outer Wilds.
I don't even know what your name is, bud.
Thank you for the follow, Hui! Thank you so much! Sorry, I'm gonna just truck on with the outro here. We try to instead look at how the game is structured, how the story functions, how what I like to call all the moving parts fit together or just connect. We do this work not just because it's fun. I find it tremendous amount of fun. We don't just do it to elevate the media because, as we mentioned just on this stream, it does help elevate the media from being considered just a toy. Now, of course, I'm preaching to the choir, but this sort of conversation and the prevalence of it and the normalization of it will help. But, technically, this is a promotional channel for my own work. You see, narratology and storytelling are not just passing fads of mine. They're near and dear to my heart. They're my raison d'etre, because I'm a writer, I'm an author. I do this shit, well, I want to do it for a living, but, you know, not yet. I started streaming to try to promote my own work because I've been a novelist for the past 10 years. I've written 9 books in that time, and I started streaming to try to promote that work internationally to you. Most recently, you could read me in The Patchwork Sovereignty. A really cool book, I think. It is a noir thriller set in a post-apocalyptic Nordic folklore setting. It is not as weird and strange as you might think, just hearing it said. I think it's really cool. The book itself, think of it as a low fantasy folklore version of LA Confidential or Chinatown. I think it's really neat. You should check it out. It's available pretty much everywhere you get your ebooks or print-on-demand copies, but if you need any help, there's a handy-dandy linky down below. If you want to read something else of mine, or something more for that matter, why don't you check out The Last Box, a cyberpunk thriller about the spontaneous eruption of sapiens in a random slog of gaming code and the people who were unfortunate enough to have to reconcile with all of that. Also think it's a rather cool book. It does a few things different than most other AI media, I think, and it's also available pretty much everywhere you get your ebooks or print-on-demand copies. If you need any help, there's also a handy-dandy linky down below. Now, if you want to... What's the third one? Right. If you want to read something of mine that's a little less lengthy than a full-ass novel, well, third link down below will get you to my online archive. If you want to join this growing community here on the channel to continue these kinds of conversations even though we're not live, why don't you swing by the fourth link down below will get you to our Discord. And if you want to give a little bit of a kickback for the work that we do here on the channel, well, of course, you have the infrastructure of Twitch itself. Don't forget to spend your Bezos buck. If you have a Prime subscription, you have an automatic Twitch subscription to your Twitch content creator of your choice. You don't have to spend it here, but you should spend it because it's essentially taking money out of Bezos' pocket and putting it into someone else's, which is morally correct to do. But, I mean, primarily, if you don't want to do that, buy the books. ABBB, baby. Always be buying books. Buy the books, read the books, review the books. You cannot tell you enough how helpful online reviews are. Or for that matter, just refer the books. Put them into hands of people who might enjoy them. But if you don't want to do any of that, and you already have, and you still want to give a little bit of a kickback for the work that I do, well, fifth link down below will get you to my Buy Me a Coffee page. That is the outro done. Well, not all of it. You could have mentioned that right away, J.P.S. I could have. I do try, despite this being a promotional channel, I do want to keep it a little bit light, so I do it in the front end and the ass end, and maybe somewhere in the middle if it comes up. But I don't want to be all about promotional stuff. It is a marketing channel, but you know, marketing can be done morally and it can be done immorally. Let's just say. And you get enough advertisements shoved down your throat on a daily basis that you don't need to find it also, you know, embedded in your entertainment or your education, despite this being a promotional channel, technically. You know, but do check them out. Now, Twitch. Before I get back to you, because we're going to talk about what's coming up next on the channel, and I'm going to send you somewhere. But before I do that, I want to talk to the other people in the room. Hi, YouTube. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you have enjoyed this stream, this, what, 6th, 7th stream of Outer Wilds. I'm enjoying this tremendously. Hope you are too, and these weird conversation rabbit holes that we come down to. You don't have to wait until next we stream to watch more of this. You can just click on what's ever hovering around my head, and you will just be sent down another rabbit hole, because there's a whole fucking warren around by now. I tell you what. So you just have to do that, and until you do, thank you so much for watching, YouTube. It's a real pleasure to have you here. For reals, for reals, for reals. So thank you so much, and at a click away you can watch more, and until you do, thank you so much for watching, YouTube, and good night.